Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to start the panel. If you can join us in this room, if there's still a lot of place available. So first of all, I'd like to thank you once again to join the WISeKey Davos event. This is the 18th year. Doesn't make us any younger, but we have been doing that for a while. I still remember at the beginning of the first event in Davos where we were mainly talking about the digital divide and the identity divide and the e-commerce. So it was a long time ago. And now we are obviously talking about the fourth industrial revolution, quantum technology, AI, blockchain, and IoT, and everything which is basically converging into the next frontier, which is the space. So why the space, and just as an introduction, is that in the last 2 years, WISeKey has been very much deploying large-scale IoT objects. So we have microchips, 1.6 billion microchips now installed into objects. And the connectivity of those objects is critical, right? Because you need to track and trace them around the world. Those are satellites, connections with drones, satellite connections with hardware, with computers, with tracking devices. So the IoT is a complex world. We are moving atoms versus bytes. Moving bytes is easier. When you enter into the physical world, the barriers are very large because moving atom requires a total different skill sets. Which are the skill sets then that WISeKey has been investing in the last years together with our partners. And today is actually a very high-profile roundtable by experts that in their own journeys are also discovering the space as potential next destination. So the panel will run, I will let each of the participants to introduce themselves and what they are doing, and then we enter into the Q&A, and then will be a wrap-up and let the public to ask the right question. The event is broadcasted through YouTube, so also audience, then they would like to give us any feedback or questions, they can do that from social media using any of the WISeKey channels. So I start with David. David, you introduce yourself and you pass the mic to the rest.
Hi, I'm David Schreier, Professor of Practice with Imperial College Business School.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Carlos Moreno, VP in charge of corporate alliances and partnerships at WISeKey.
Hi, I'm Rafael Rodkin. I'm a founder of E2MC, which is an early stage venture capital fund investing in space, and also a adjunct professor on space business finance at EPFL and ISU.
Hey, I'm Vicente González. I'm the CTO and one of the co-founders of FOSA Systems, a company committed to provide global IoT connectivity service through satellites.
Hello, I'm Laurent Villard-de-Mello. I'm the former Chief Operating Officer of Astrocast, a company providing IoT satellite connectivity.
Hi everyone, I'm Ronald Manohar, co-founder and CEO of Casper Labs. We build enterprise-grade blockchain solutions.
Thank you very much, everybody. So as you can realize, it's a very complementary panel that can be highlighting a lot of the issues. I think the objective of this roundtable is to really define the opportunity, because we really feel from the entrepreneur point of view that the space is a great opportunity. It's also a huge challenge. The space is a hostile environment that needs to be conquered. So maybe my first question is to David. Can you frame us this space? I mean, you're an academic, you're also an entrepreneur. So where are we talking about in terms? Why now is the good opportunity, and how you see this boom of companies now moving into space? What has been the driver and where you see this going?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll be a little expansive in my answer. So I'm a professional student of innovation, so it's been really fascinating to watch what's been happening with commercial space. So, you know, we're at this transition point where we've gone from a lot of companies involved in kind of launch and delivery. I mean, I first started working with projects in space in 2002 with guys like, you know, Orbcomm and Boeing Satellite Systems, and, you know, back in the day. And now we're seeing, you know, companies doing additive manufacturing in space, and pharmaceuticals in space, and financial services in space, with the first NFT minted in space by WISeKey. And so, you know, we see this, and our colleagues at Casper as well. And so we see that joining sort of imaging and communications was kind of that first wave of commercialization. Now we see many other industry sectors starting to come in. And this Cambrian explosion is being driven by the fact that several technologies had to mature to a certain point before we could do these other things. The metaphor I like to look to, or the analogy, is artificial intelligence, right? I think it's a strong metaphor. So we built the first AI in World War II. And it was decades before, we had this brief flurry of interest in the 1980s, 1990s, but it never really panned out. But a phase change occurred in 2016 when Google open sourced the TensorFlow library, and suddenly deep learning was democratized for everybody. And similarly, for space technology, I mean, if we really draw the long bow, this is 1,000-year-old technology, right? In the Sung Dynasty in 1000 AD, we were playing around with rockets. But we didn't have practical rockets until World War II again, the V2 rocket program. And even then, it was the province of government only for decades. And it was only, and people started playing around with commercial space in the 1970s, but it never really took off. The collapse of the Soviet Union was the first trigger point that started to open up government technology to private sector. But it was only more recently that as other technologies began to mature and emerge, that we saw the ability to do all of these other things in space. And so we're passing sort of from the era of I'm a space technology person or I'm an aerospace engineer into specialization, right? And so that's a major change in what's going on. You can't just say I'm a space person. If you're going to do a bank in space, you also need to know financial services. If you're going to do pharmaceuticals in space, you also need to know drug regulations. Can't just be a space generalist. And so there are other issues as well. Space debris remains a visceral problem. We talked about this in 2020 at the last in-person Winter WEF. Long-term effects of space on the human body. If we think about colonizing Mars or the moon, or even putting astronauts up on a more regular basis in private space stations, or space tourists going up, we have to think more about the effects on the body. And so in order to grapple with all of this, and now I'm going to talk my own book, as a business school professor, we need a new generation of space leaders who understand the nuances of these highly specialized issues. And we need to understand and develop new models of building businesses in space. So it's very, very exciting. This is the dawn of the new era. This is only the beginning. If you're here and you're saying, oh, it's too late, look, all these guys have already conquered space. No, 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 no. We are in the very first chapter of this book.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Art. I would like, before you, Carlos, maybe you are Dan because you are more WISeKey, just give to Minra the microphone. We had an amazing cooperation with Casper in the last year and a half, and actually we pushed this technology to the stream as we did a world first, which was to mint NFT from space using the WISeSat FOSA satellites, and with a major celebrity, that was Brooke Chill, and we did that during the NASDAQ bell ceremony. So everything was orchestrated to combine this very high impact demonstration on how this technology can be used in the future. But I think the role of blockchain and the interrelation between space and the blockchain is not necessarily well understood. Maybe you can highlight us on that specific area, and whatever else you want to say, obviously.
Yeah, I think if you're deploying any infrastructure in space, especially whether it's data transfer, tracking of IoT devices, blockchain technology gives you two things that are absolutely essential if you're doing this. First, it gives you immutability and tamper-proof. It makes things tamper-proof, which is extremely important because when you're communicating with space, right? All your signals are basically broadband signals. They can be gophered. They can be, people can capture them. But if you have a set of distributed, a distributed ledger, you can guarantee the underlying authenticity. Especially now if we're doing everything wirelessly, the level of limiting security is harder. There's no way you can have bare metal that's air gapped. I mean, air gapping is impossible in space, kind of by definition. Yeah. And so you need a technology that gives you the same level of trust, control, and tamper-proofness that air gapping would. So that's the first one. The second thing is, the whole reason you do things in space, for example, is because you replicate infrastructure. Meaning, What you don't want when you're tracking a supply chain is if some rogue government comes and blows up all the servers, now we have no look through into what's actually going on. Blockchain as an underlying technology is incredible at replication, meaning you don't need to build any overhead to have information replicated in many places. So hey, if a bunch of like things get taken out, it's kind of okay because it's replicated somewhere else and we can rebuild again. So I'd say those are the two reasons why, yeah, people say like, oh, blockchain in space, it just sounds silly. But when you really, really think about it, there are two fundamental problems that are so essential if we're transferring data this way that really only blockchain can solve because it's the best form of copy protection we've ever had.
Thank you very much. And I think, and again, this is my background on cybersecurity for so many years, working first in the UN and after with WISeKey. There is a very important role on the space in terms of cybersecurity, right? Because there's already a battlefield happening there without us necessarily realizing how countries are attacking other countries' satellite. But we'll come back later on that aspect. Laurent, I mean, you have been working with the satellite company after your studies on EPFL, and you have been on the ground, focused on completely SA solutions on satellite. What are the considerations for a customer to deploy a SAT IoT solution from your experience? And what are the differentiators between SAT IoT providers that you know in your work with satellites?
Yeah, well, SAT IoT is a very complex domain. It has a lot of advantages, but also drawbacks if you compare to terrestrial networks. So a company would have to choose wisely, the solution they would adopt. I think the first thing is because there's so many of these still kind of startups, scale-ups providing SAT IoT, you would look at how viable is the company, because it's such an investment for companies to deploy IoT solutions, such a change in their way of operating things and logistics, maintenance, that you don't want to make this effort and then the company would disappear 5 years later. So choosing carefully the company, then as the company a proprietary protocol of communication, or is it open? So then you are not tied to one specific provider. This is important too. And then, well, SAT IoT interest is to connect seamlessly any place on Earth. So it's great, but it comes at a cost, which is latency as well. So you'd have to check if your use case could cope with the latency going from minutes to several hours, which is something you don't have on the ground. It's almost instant. So for some use cases, if you monitor a glacier displacement, for instance, 1 or 2 measurements per day would be fine enough. But if you operate a network of wildfire detection, you want something almost instant, right? So the security aspect is important too. I would say another one would be bidirectionality. I think that speaks to all of us, but it's the ability to not only retrieve information from the ground, but also send a command back. And this is very important in some cases. If you, for instance, monitor a crop field, you want to know if this is humid enough or what is the temperature. It's good, you have this information, but if you see that it's too dry and you cannot do anything but just send someone to water it, then you lose half of the benefit of having a remote sensing solution. So having the ability to send back a command to trigger a water valve and irrigate your crop is even better. So it depends really on the applications, but there's a lot of aspects to look at when choosing a satellite IoT solution.
And before you go, do you think there's a kill app already there? Is something that you see is going to happen before anything else in the satellite? Is that IoT or is something else? Is supply chain tracking? What will be the industry that you think is going to take over first?
Well, I think I wouldn't define it by industry, but rather applications. And what we've seen is that all these tracking use cases. It could be a container, so it would be maritime business, but it could be vaccine for humanitarian relief. It could be cattle, it could be boats, it could be heavy trucks for mines. So this is really use cases that greatly benefit from the seamless aspect of satellite IoT connectivity. Then the second one would be the monitoring of weather environment parameters.
Yeah.
That is really key, being able to retrieve information from the ground, from the comfort of your chair without moving, and you have control of your assets. That's really key.
Very good. We'll move now to Vicente. Vicente is the co-founder of Fossa System, a Spanish IoT satellite company, which is very close to our heart because, first of all, I am very good friend of Julian, which is also a co-founder with Vicente. And it's a company that we invested very early. WISeKey invested because we wanted to learn actually about all this satellite revolution. And this company is booming. I mean, it's all over everywhere in the world. You are being nominated the best startup in Spain, Forbes under 30. So you have an amazing year, and this is great for us from many perspectives, obviously as an investor, but obviously also because we saw maybe before anybody else the potential of this industry. But maybe can you describe your journey and where has been your great successes so far? But also, and again, the debate here, I mean, we got 700 registration. It's not everybody here, obviously, but we have a lot of people online, and we have bank investors and private equity. Just what is required to bring companies like yours to the next stage in terms of growth path? I mean, it is a very big endeavor to conquer the space. It requires a lot of money. Maybe you can give us vision on that, and also to the audience.
Yeah, sure. So Fossa started in 2019 with the naive idea of democratizing access to space and connectivity, and Julian Fernandez, which is the CEO, developed the very first Spanish picosatellite in 2019 that was launched from New Zealand in December that year. The traction generated by this launch make potential customers to be interested in our solution, so we established commercially the company in July 2020. It all started with Julian and I, and now 2.5 years later, we are 24 employees. We have already launched 13 satellites into orbit, and we are planning to have an operational constellation of 80 satellites by 2024. We are developing lots of pilot projects with global benchmark companies. Some of them are part of Global and Fortune 500. We are working closely with the Spanish national oil and gas operator to monitor the distribution of oil and gas. We are working with Atos, which is an IT company in Europe, to make a use case in the railway sector. And we are also developing projects in the infrastructure and construction and logistic field. On the commercial side, we are planning to grow the team. We are also planning to grow the sales. We have already invoiced around 1 million euros since the establishment of the company. And yep, we need money. This is why I ask for investors if they are interested in have a chat with us, because I think that we have a lot of potential. It's true that space tech is really CapEx intensive, but the way that we treat the technology and how we miniaturize the technology and how we optimize the cost led us to have 10x lower CapEx requirement than our cheapest competitor on that way. On the engineering side, we are planning to launch the new generation of satellites in May 2023. We recently announced the agreement with Momentus Space, and that, well, this is the current satellites that we have in orbit. And in May, we would deploy the new generation that it would be slightly bigger and would increase the performance and the operating capabilities.
And then we'll come back later to you to explain us a bit the life cycle of the satellite and the type of investments that companies will have to make. An important, and this is why I got an interest on the satellite business, is that when I was looking into satellite 10 years ago, like open web and projects like that, sending a satellite was a $25 million exercise, right? And it was so difficult because you didn't have a SpaceX, so you have to organize A to Z the entire cycle. This is totally different now. You can send a satellite for $200,000, $300,000, which is what they are doing. So it is a totally different frontier. Another thing which is important is that, and this is a project, by the way, that's kind of a scoop I'm giving you, but because the satellite can combine with NFT technology and microchips, which is what WISeKey also manufactures, you can provide that to, I give you an example of a project is carbon offsetting. There's a lot of very big oil companies that have approached us and say, hey, we need to offset our carbon, and we are planting trees around the world by millions. They are planting millions of trees in Amazon, in Indonesia, and all, but they don't know how to track the tree. I mean, how can they prove that the tree is there, and there's not just one of those greenwashing exercises. So we actually putting microchips in trees, and those microchips, together with that antenna, which is in the back, through the satellites which are in orbit, can real track and trace the trees, and they can, because there's an NFT per tree, so there's a digital identity associated with the tree. An investor can invest by buying the NFT, and as a consequence, help into the offsetting of the carbon. So it's a very concrete way to demonstrate that I am offsetting carbon because I am buying NFTs, and those NFTs are being issued with identities, and they are validated by the satellite. So this is the kind of new things that they are emerging. They are making this sector very, very interesting. Let's go maybe to the money question. And we have here an investor in, no, that's first with the information about Rafael on ventures, E2MC Venture. It is now a good time to invest in space. I will say yes, right? Because the year 2000 was a great time to invest in e-commerce and web companies, and look what they are now. So are we at the same moment in terms of the investment cycle?
I mean, you know what I'm going to say, right? Predictably.
The audience won't necessarily though.
So as our friend from Imperial College has pointed out, I mean, we have really strong tailwinds, specifically those cost decreases. And it's actually, when people think cost decreases in space, they think like launch costs, but there's much more than that. I sometimes call it the triple whammy effect, because the cost of launch is coming down, the cost of the components that are launched are coming down. Sometimes people understand the second part. What people very often forget is the third part. The components are getting smaller. So that means the cost of taking any capability to space, whether that's Earth observation or communications, IoT, whatever, it's decreasing by magnitude, orders of magnitude. So actually, I've been telling this to people qualitatively for years, but McKinsey, and they're actually here in Davos as well, they finally wrote this down actually quantitatively beginning of the year, and they took the advantage, the example of a medium resolution Earth observation satellite, and compared to 10 years ago, the cost of that capability decreased by a factor of 3,500 times. 3,500 times, right? So several orders of magnitude. Now, I used to be a generalist investor in hedge funds, kind of covering all industries. I've never seen an industry that goes to several orders of cost decrease and doesn't have a dramatic impact. So yes, I do think we're at a similar moment as the internet in the late 90s, that people are just starting to understand these cost decreases. And what I mean by people is like entrepreneurs, and entrepreneurs from beyond the space sector. That's really important. Let me tell you, as a venture capitalist, almost 100% of the business plans I'm getting right now are people from the space sector. And I'm old enough, I may not look, but I'm old enough to know that the internet was the same thing. Mid-90s, the internet business plans was people like Mark Andreessen from computer science departments. Then it took a few years, and people like Jeff Bezos came in. And that we still have ahead of us in space. So yes, so from these sort of like secular macro drivers point of view, it's a really, really exciting time to invest in space. So now people may say, oh, but the markets, oh, but the war. Well, you know what? The markets are the markets, right? And in space, we're looking a few years out here. And actually, if you look at comparative times in history, like the 70s, that's pretty much when Silicon Valley started. That's when actually venture capital as an institutional industry started. And the war, you know, this is sort of an ugly thing to say, but the war is actually providing additional tailwinds, because government's defense spend around the world is going up, and guess where part of that money goes? So summary, yes, it's a great time to invest in space.
Yeah, I fully agree. And by the way, it goes also with the new positions of the European Union, and in particular the E-Chip Act, which is a $45 billion support for enterprises in Europe then we'll develop IoT, microchips, and satellite connectivity. The Spanish government just announced, by the way, with your Prime Minister, the $10 billion for space-related startups. So that means that there's a need, a geopolitical issue here as well. I mean, if we don't enter the space now, it's going to be very difficult later. And you will have countries like China and others that might be monopolizing the space. So maybe, David, as you are teaching students, what will be the, and we have a lot of students online, what will be the incentivization for young people to enter into this sector? Is something that you see already, or is something that they are waiting and see, or is excitement? If I will be 25 years, I will be applying for a satellite and a space company, right? That's so exciting. In Switzerland, just to give you an example, the Swiss Army we are partners of, have developed a space unit inside the Swiss Army where you can do your military service. So young people in Switzerland can go and do now their military services serving the space army, which is amazing. Switzerland doesn't have a launcher yet, but obviously there is a concrete intention of the country to create that kind of ecosystem. So maybe your experience as a professor and in contact with young people.
Yeah, well, I'll actually start with, we were chatting about this prior to this on text. I'll start at home. My oldest child, who is 16, is super excited about space. And Julia just was admitted into a special NASA program for high school students, and so I'm very proud about that. But is seriously considering this as a potential career. And so there are, I think your own children also are quite interested in space. I mean, this is like the hot thing. So when you think about what motivates someone who's a high school student or a college student, you know, they want something that is intellectually stimulating, that is exciting, and where they think they can make an impact. You know, in an industry like apparel, a young person doesn't wake up in the morning and say, oh yes, I could have an impact by designing the t-shirt. No, it already exists. But with space, there's so much yet to be invented and so much yet to be pioneered that this is the new frontier. This is the new adventure. And so it's tremendously exciting for young people all over the world. And I think that when they also start doing the research on the math around dollars and euros available for entrepreneurship activities, they say, if I want to be the next Jeff Bezos, or I want to be the next Elon Musk, or I want to be the next, you know, you name it, I want to be in space, because the first trillionaire entrepreneur is going to come from the space industry.
Totally, would agree. Carlos, you work in WISeKey, and you have been very much involved with your team with the cooperation with FOSA in WISeSat, which is a hardened satellite option that WISeKey developed in cooperation with FOSA, as includes our microchips inside the satellite. What are the business cases that you have? I mean, this is a very short span, and we are talking only 1.5 years with COVID in the middle. Was not the right time to go to space. Well, there was COVID there. But what are the examples and the concrete business cases that you had witnessed during that period?
Yes, actually on IoT, the proposition, in fact, the interest is very, very high. And we already been in collaboration with a couple of very large smart agro projects in Spain, in south of Spain. Those guys are pretty much interested on the value proposition because it's suit exactly all the needs that they do have, and as well for projects on tracking animals. This is another project that we are working on. It's important that you said that the European Union is behind of it, because they are funding such projects, and they are really huge projects, important projects. So those are the one, and very important that you already mentioned is the partnership with the Swiss Army. This is another project of, first, it's we are a kind of advisor for them, bringing them everything related to the best practice on the IoT space world, and they are choosing us, selecting us as well, to trace items from the army, and there is an important project which is going to raise probably end of this year.
Thank you very much. One area which I think, again, as an entrepreneur, as the case of Fossa, I also started with one person, two person, 100, 200, 400, and so on. So I know the journey, and that took me 25 years in WISeKey on that journey. So I know how much effort and sleeping nights you need to go through that. But in our time now, I keep saying to young people when they say, come to me, I say, wow, I want to be an entrepreneur, how you did it. And I say, look, in my time it was actually very difficult because I have to raise $100 million for doing something that you can do maybe in our days with $100,000. Because everything is free, cloud is free, IoT, you can get partners that they work with you. So the ecosystem is much more mature. How you can scale your company? I mean, you're saying next year you're going to be in a constellation time, but do you have clear ideas on how you scale? And if you scale, is that the end journey will be a satellite company or will be something else using satellite?
Okay, tough question. So for the next year, we plan to double the size of the company. As I mentioned before, we plan to launch 80 satellites by 2024. And the idea in the medium term, 3 years from now, would be to develop medium throughput IoT satellites to increase and enhance the kind of services that we can provide. And maybe, not being the biggest SAT IoT provider, but maybe one of the top leaders of global IoT services provider.
Which you are already, because your valuation has lifted substantially since we invested, right? I mean, you have been doing very well.
True. That's true, but because we started as a satellite manufacturer and we didn't have any hardware on space.
And on that, Birren, I just asking you a question because you run a very large configuration. By the way, I recommend you guys to go to the blockchain hub there, which is an amazing. It's maybe one of the most active center in Davos in the last year since you just created that. The ecosystem has multiplied times I don't know how many in recent years. You just need to see the billboard there with the logos of companies and they are now working with you. Will be cryptocurrency or what I was thinking in WISeKey to inject into this project is that machine-to-machine payment system where you can make payments between satellite and objects using crypto coins. Is that something that will speed up that and will help to finance that? Because we're talking here about millions of dollars. I mean, if this guy wants to put 80 satellites, so we are talking here about 20, 30 million, which is peanuts, right? In terms of what they need. But in order to do it properly, you might need much more than that because the latency aspect, right? So how can we finance that?
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, I think there's sometimes a lot of confusion between blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies. And now there's all sorts of cryptocurrencies. Each one does something different. And the one we have, we don't even call it a cryptocurrency. There's a token called CSPR, but really what it is an AWS credit. It's just processing. Yeah. But if you're talking about transferring money, that's usually something like, a stable coin or something that, if you think about an AWS credit, if you took all their computation and split it up into a certain number of parts, one part would cost something based on how much people need it, right? And that's one part of the business, and we like to drive usage. But transfer via space, et cetera, is absolutely possible. I think the mechanism would much more likely be stable coins, like some of the great work people like Circle and Reserve are doing. I almost think blockchain is almost necessary if you're going to be doing it via space, going back to what I said. But I'll add a second point. So I had made a point about, mechanisms that we use on the ground to protect us, like air gapping, wired networks, and all of that doesn't work if you're doing everything through wireless transmission. But the second thing that's also really important is because blockchains also allow Turing-complete smart contracting, and especially ours allows you to have upgradable smart contracts that allow you to change the mechanics if regulatory frameworks change. That's extremely important because the last thing you want is every single transaction, if you think about it, if that's how you're doing it, you actually want a level of automation. Otherwise, all the efficiencies that you're trying to gain by creating this, replicated system out in space that can't be gophered, you'd lose that without a level of automation. So the answer is a strong and resounding yes. I just think a lot of people misunderstand how exactly that mechanism would work. And I hope that was helpful. I don't know if that's exactly how it turns out, but gun to my head, that's what I
But it's the
gather.
path to follow, absolutely. Laurent, space, okay, we are launching 100 satellite, you have launched with AstraCats on satellites. Is that getting crowded in the space? What is the risk of collisions? Is that low orbit? Because low orbit is only, what, 3 years, the lifespan of a satellite? So whatever investment you do there, you have to think about the business model associated to it, because in 3 years' time you have to launch again. Maybe some clarifications around that.
Sure, sure. Yeah, it's a growing concern. I think we hear more and more about this issue. And Professor, you talked about it briefly, of the space debris. Yes, there's more and more of these big constellations. There's Starlink. They have like more than 3,000 satellites already, and they target like 7,500, I think. So yes, it's a concern. But at the same time, space is big. And I think people sometimes they there's a bit of drama around this, but actually there's a lot of space over there. But still, there's I think it's 1 million objects bigger than 1 centimeter orbiting, and they orbit at 15,000 meters per second. So it's 10 times the speed of a bullet. So if any of these would touch, it could be the ISS that had to move because of this, it would provoke quite some damage, right? So what can a satellite operator do is first to subscribe to these services that would alert you if there's any risk of collision. So there's the NORAD from the US Army, there's in Europe we have a new service as well. And they would tell you if there's any high probability of having a collision. And what can you do? You can, if you have the ability to maneuver, if you have propulsion on board the satellites, you can move your satellite. If you don't, then you could still try to move using the drag and so on, but it's harder, it's slower. So that's what you can do. In order not to contribute to the problem, you can also try to deorbit your satellites when their mission is over, either by burning them in the atmosphere, and it's very fast when you are in LEO orbit, or move them to a graveyard orbit. And most of these debris, they don't come just from the satellites or collisions that happened in the past. It's also the launches. And each time there's a launch, stages separate, and some parts are just left there. But more and more, I think the launches become cleaner and try to mitigate that risk of increasing the number of debris. And there's also a mission. We have a mission in Switzerland, which is called Clear Space, to develop a satellite to go and grab a satellite and burn with it in the atmosphere. Obviously, the business case has to be evaluated, because to build such a satellite, launch it, and just take one debris with you, we'll see how far it goes. But yeah, there's actions. There's also, just to finish on that, the ESA has a recommendation to dispose of your satellite 25 years after the end of its mission, either by burning or moving to a graveyard orbit. It's a recommendation, it's not a must, and perhaps in the future there will be more rules to force satellite operators to have mitigation measures.
And do you think regulation will also put some barriers on the space launch of satellites? Is that because for the time being, I mean, either you have a deal with the SpaceX or a few other launchers, but if we enter into some kind of geopolitical situation where countries are start to say, hey, I don't want your satellites in my territory, will that be a deal killer?
Well, yes, it is an issue, and it's already an issue. We had that issue with Astrocast that we were launching with SpaceX, and they wouldn't let us launch unless we would have Switzerland recognizing that our satellites were Swiss, because there's a lot of liability behind. If our satellites would collide with another satellite, who pays for that, and so on. And in Switzerland, although they signed the out of spare Space Treaty years ago had no registry of satellites. So this is changing now for the good. And also there's almost 200 of these small launchers projects in the world. So every region is trying to have its own capability of launching satellites to avoid that possible issue in the future of not being able to launch. So there's quite a few in Europe too, not yet at maturity, but it's coming.
And maybe, Rafael, as an investor or as a VC, will you be concerned about the potential risk of the legislation, but also the rocket can explode? Actually, it happens to you, right? So you had several satellites destroyed with the rocket at the same time. So what happened there? Is insurance, is an investor concerned of that risk? How you will treat that?
I mean, it's space, it's hard, as we say, and people may be aware we had a number of launch failures in the recent weeks. I mean, just last week we had two consecutive days, two vehicles, two launch failures. That's just part of it. I think two things are going to happen. I mean, one, yes, there is insurance. By the way, of course, the insurance companies are not stupid, so if something like this happens, they adjust their insurance rates, which at the moment all goes to the benefit of SpaceX, which makes me happy as a SpaceX shareholder, I guess. Also, I guess, I mean, you guys can tell me, but if you're a startup right now, if you have to do like an IOD or an operational mission, you have the choice between a Falcon 9 and something else right now, where do you go? I mean, I'd probably go for Falcon 9. But yes, it's something in our mind. The space debris issue is also in our mind. We deal with this in various ways. So one, if we invest in constellations, I don't think we would invest in a constellation that would not have onboard propulsion. And actually for two reasons. One, I think it's ethically wrong at this point not to have onboard propulsion. And secondly, as we kind of implicitly already said, well, if you get a conjunction situation, and there's a lot of conjunction just means the risk of collision situations, and you don't have onboard propulsion, you're kind of, excuse my language, screwed, potentially, if something happens. So there's two reasons to have onboard propulsion, and we pretty much, I think, would require that of any satellite operator we're investing in. On the other side, I mean, there's always opportunity, right? And so the opportunity here is, of course, also for startups to deal with this, and they can deal with this in two ways. We already mentioned ClearSpace, a Swiss company, and they're engaging in what we call active debris removal, so actually going up there and cleaning up stuff. The problem with that, from a business point of view, is that really nobody knows who's going to pay for that on a sustained basis. Unfortunately, if you use a little bit of business economic slang here, outer space, or I should say, space, including the Earth orbits, it's a perfect example of the tragedy of the commons, like the oceans. It doesn't belong to anybody. People can overuse it, and then everybody uses it. It's basically game theory going bad. But so yeah, this is the active debris removal. The other part of, or the other type of company, startup companies, is basically companies that provide conjunction warnings. So that monitor what's going on up there. We call that space situational awareness, or if you're from the military, you probably call it space domain awareness. But it's basically monitoring what's going on, including when there's a risk of collisions, or conjunctions, as we say. And we invested, for example, in an American company called Privateer, who are doing that. Privateer, I won't go into detail, but it's a very fascinating story. One of three co-founders, one of them is Steve Wozniak, who I presume most of you know is a co-founder of Apple. It's his first entrepreneurial venture in 30 or so years because he considers it this important.
Actually, we are talking with him as well on NFTs, but we'll talk to you later about it. So 10% of Earth is only connectable now. The 90% of Earth is not yet connected. I know I was running a panel with the United Nations just a few months ago about what they call One Humanity, which is the Dialogue of Civilization, which is a project that WISeKey is executing with the United Nations in terms of providing digital identity to everybody on Earth. It's only 1/10 of the people on Earth, and they have a digital identity. The rest are not even considered, so they are excluded from the digital opportunity. So if you compare the digital identity deficiency combined with the fact of lack of connectivity, wouldn't satellite be the optimal solution, considering that what is the alternative if you're in tracking in the sea a cargo, or you are in Africa in the middle of the jungle? How do you connect? Maybe the economic comparison, Vicente, on the I don't know, connecting by 5G or whatever versus connecting with satellite, because that's really a very strong argument when you go and say, hey, I can do something much more efficient, much more secure, and actually cheaper.
Yep. Indeed, satellite is the only option to guarantee global coverage on every single point on Earth. At the end, us as FOSA, we are, as one of the biggest differentiations with our competitors, we are using standard LP1 technology protocols. So our infrastructure is completely interoperable and interoperable with this kind of deployments. So our customer doesn't need to buy us a proprietary module and integrate these kind of modules onto the sensors or the devices. And if the container is in the middle of the sea, it can directly connect to satellite. But if it reaches port, it can connect to Wi-Fi, 3G, 4G, with just paying the connectivity cost of FOSA. We are so cheap that we are even competitive with terrestrial connectivity networks.
And will telco help you, or they see you as a competitor?
It would depend on the telco. We have some telcos interested in our technology, and they could be potential distributors of our services in strategic regions.
And also Army, you know, for instance, and this is public information, so I can disclose, in Switzerland, WISeKey, WISeSat and FOSA, we signed an MOU cooperation with the Swiss Army, because the Swiss Army, we have many mountains in Switzerland, as you can tell, and there's a lot of equipment in the valleys, and for the Swiss Army to know real time what that equipment is, they will have to put very expensive antennas in each of the mountains, and that is a very expensive infrastructure that can be totally make it much more efficient and cheaper if you just do it from the satellite. So this is the kind of, I will call, drivers that will make investors confident, but also technology companies like you guys and us much more efficient. One other thing, and again, maybe it's my perception, but maybe, David, you are a writer of a book and you are in MIT. It's how can you educate people on that? I mean, this is not necessarily well known around, you know? I mean, people, okay, you send a satellite, but do the people grasp, the executive and young entrepreneurs, about the possibility? Do you see that in MIT? Do you have any satellite focus courses going on? Or maybe is it an idea for the future?
Sure. Well, certainly now that I'm at Imperial College Business School, I'm very, I'm thinking of designing a space entrepreneurship class, because I do think that there is a lot of student interest in it. Absolutely, at the MIT Media Lab, where I used to be, about a third of the research groups had something to do with space, to such a degree that, you know, Dava Newman, former deputy administrator of NASA, was appointed head of the Media Lab. So, you know, I think that when we look at leading academic institutions, you know, we see this, you know, rising tide of research and pedagogy around and student interest around not just, you know, how do we design an amazing microsatellite and how do we launch it up, you know, less expensively, but also what do we do with it when it's up there? So there's a fantastic spin out from MIT and Harvard called, you know, tomorrow.io that, you know, started as Climacell, right? But they eventually sort of went up into orbit because they said that, you know, space superiority is essential to understanding agriculture. So I think that people are beginning to get aware of what the opportunities are, but I do think a lot more education is needed.
Absolutely. Okay, as we are just on time, just open the floor to questions. If you have any question to the panel that you would like to address, the microphone is there. Don't be shy, whatever question. You know, the idea of those events in Davos is always to start a new discussion. I still remember very well when WISeKey was maybe one of the first companies talking about cybersecurity here 25 years ago. And then we were one of the first person also talking about blockchain. And then we were one of the first person talking about IoT. And now we are talking about satellite. I mean, this is part of the fourth industrial revolution, while in the Congress they are setting up what I call is the future on the fourth industrial revolution. In those specialized meetings, we are putting substance into these strategies, right? So any questions, whatever that be, for the panel or for me?
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate your work. I'd love to ask you all about your vision for the future of space. What is the best case scenario as you look to the next 10 years? And how do your particular industries and what best policies could help reach that vision?
Great question. Anyone in particular wants to take that?
I'm just going to briefly I continue to tout space exploitation, space mining. I think we have massive resource constraints on this planet. Political risk of state actors has come to the fore around critical materials for things like semiconductors, and space solves a lot of those problems, but it is going to take probably 10 to 20 years before we see it at scale. But I'm excited about it.
So first of all, I wish you would have said like 30 years and I could have talked about sci-fi stuff. Yeah. But 10 years, honestly, I have one answer. Like, we have to make space work for Earth, period. Because we're only just scratching the surface on that. And people don't get that. There's lots of prejudices, including here in Davos, that basically space is a waste of taxpayer money. It's like billionaire joyrides. And no, it's not. Like, there's so many things we can do with observation. Like, there's so many things we can do with like in-space manufacturing. And that's what we have to work on for the next 10 years. And I'm going to be investing in that.
Just wanted to complete that. Totally agree with that. If we take space as a whole, beyond just the Earth orbits, and we take the Moon, Mars, there's some countries already trying to step on these planets and state that it's their land, right? I think what would help is something like the Antarctic Treaty. You might be aware of that. I think it's in '59. Many countries decided that Antarctica would stay a country for scientific exploration, and there's no revendication of sovereignty by countries. I think that could be helpful for the Moon, for Mars, and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, if I were to just add one thing, and again, everyone's covered great stuff about policy, but really, if you think about every industry, there's always, that inflection point, like how Netscape was for the internet. The inflection point we have to solve for space is that, if you think about it, Earth is essentially a gravity prison, meaning most of the energy of like getting out into space, 98%, whatever, is just escaping Earth's gravity. And now, there's so many like potential solutions for that, like space elevators or particle accelerators, not like the Large Hadron Collider, but things that just can accelerate like mass out into space. Really, once we solve like, hey, how can we get tons of material out into space? Like, once it's there, it's a little easier, highly, take that with the biggest grain of salt you can. But really, if you just think about the cost and energy requirement, like the asymptote for us, it's like the internet became easy to use because now you no longer needed to know a lot. Space will be more accessible if we don't have to burn that much fuel or consume that much energy just to get mass out. And it was great, like when you mentioned, the triple whammy of things happening, which is helping, but there's still a set of technologies that will get us where, it actually starts becoming viable. I'm really excited for when that happens. It'll be really cool, People told you what a cell phone could do today, and you told them that 30 years ago, they'd say you're nuts. And so, half the stuff we're discussing right now, hopefully will seem, when I'm 60, hopefully prescient. So, yeah, but very excited.
Thank you, Marin. Any other question? Yeah, please. If you don't mind to introduce yourself.
Yes, maybe another point which is important for the future. It's the value proposition which is brought by such a technology is really to become affordable. That the space is becoming affordable for any kind of company. On the past, the price were prohibitive, but now it's any kind of company can afford to buy either a constellation or a service, because we are offering this as a service as well.
Great. Another question. If you don't mind to introduce yourself when you ask the question, so everybody.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Ben Haldeman. I'm with Moondow, and I founded LifeShip. And I'm curious thoughts on community space movements and DAOs and new types of organizations to do big things in space, new governance models and the future of space with all of that.
That's a very big question.
Yeah.
I'll throw myself out.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, this gets back to the point I was making earlier about, we're dealing with, not only latency, but cost and risk and a number of other factors that may require different models of business in order to successfully sort of access, or different models of organizing humans. But there's also an interesting idea, which is as we've started to see a decrease in cost, it can be affordable to democratize access to space to a community-led movement as opposed to a government-led or even a large corporate-led movement. So it's a free market. It's absolutely, well, there are space licenses, but let's pretend it's a free market. And so there absolutely are opportunities for different models of organizing capital and intellectual property to access space, including nonprofit and community-driven models.
Yeah, I think this is actually a subject which also requires an analysis of what humans will be in the future. It's actually one of the big subjects of the Transhuman Code, the book that I wrote with David Ferguson, which basically positions the human. I mean, in the fourth industrial revolution, the exponentiality of technologies are already happening. They are reinforcing each other. The role of the human is interrogation point. We are humans, so we have been here for 200,000 years. We need to ensure that we're gonna still be here in the next 200,000 years at least. And for that will require compromises in every single sector. And space is gonna be the, I will call the most difficult one because it's a hostile environment for humans, right? So that's an area which is a fascinating subject to discuss in the future, yeah. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Marco Annabelli, strategic consultant, advisor to Casper. I'm curious, is anyone on the panel sort of considering the next 10 years where we're likely to see entanglement communications working, which means your orbital distances now are irrelevant, and you can now get away from the space junk and possibly also stop making more space junk? The concept of WISeKey satellite being someday, 5 years from now, $100 to put one in orbit. And so we'll have 8, 10, 15 billion satellites orbiting in low Earth orbit is kind of scary.
I think maybe from the WISeKey perspective, obviously we don't want to be a satellite launcher. Or, for us, we want to connect the world, and we have microchips and IoT, and that's what we are doing, both on people and devices. But when we enter into this space sector, we realized that this was the cheapest and global way of doing it, right? Whether in 10 years' time, when we might not be at all in the satellite industry, that will mean that we have been successful in the IoT space, right? So we will have a very successful, as I mentioned at the beginning, moving atoms is a very complicated duty. And the world is connecting to the internet, 1 trillion objects. Everything is going to be connected in the next 20 years, right? So how are we going to trace them? How are you going to be sure the communication of those objects? But maybe any other person in the panel would like to give more color to that question?
Yeah, I think, and this, I'm going to answer Marco's question and your question as well simultaneously. Some of the reasons why some of these things don't get solved, and like, from a blockchain company, I like Davos too, but I've spoken to some legislators. The reason some of this doesn't get solved, like, okay, where do you orbit, what do you do, is because what's the appropriate recourse when something goes bad? Mm-hmm. So if you think about it, like, the way space is generally governed is similar to how militaries are governed. I know it's not a 1:1 analogy, but in terms of like protectionism from governments, et cetera, you have to realize, like, as you mentioned, right, like we have to say, like, oh, Switzerland is launching these, right, for example. And so I don't have a great answer. Someone's going to figure out, like, the recourse debate. And then I think once recourse is settled, then both things like community, things like DAO and communication entanglement both kind of get solved. But that's, in my opinion, probably going to be the fulcrum point.
Another fascinating aspect here, which is we didn't touch a lot, is the communication aspect. I was yesterday on a launch cocktail with Sandbox AQ, which is the Alphabet spin-off on Quantum, which is a very interesting company that WISeKey is cooperating. And there the discussion is how can we make quantum connection from the satellite to the object, and that will be a game changer, right? I mean, quantum communication is coming. quantum readiness on both microprocessors and hardware is already there. Post-quantum is a very big endeavor by many governments. So think about that. In 10 years' time, your space is going to be a quantum space, you know, and that will totally change everything, because the capability, computational capability is endless. So it's a very exciting area. I'm sure in 5 years' time here in Davos, this panel will be much bigger than the NFT panel, which are waiting there for joining us. As we are with Casper Lab, we are launching, we have launched the wise.art platform, which is a very successful NFT platform, and everybody's talking about the metaverse, NFT, and all this excitement in Davos. But actually, I believe space is going to take over in the next future editions. So maybe just closing remarks for the panel, and then we give the NFT team the possibility to join here. So just closing remark. Maybe David, you can start.
Sure. I'm going to recommend to any of you interested in this, read this wonderful book by Robert Heinlein called The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, because sci-fi authors have predicted a lot of technologies that then were developed. So in this book, the moon has permanent human habitation. It is governed by the UN, and they have these magnetic railgun launch facilities to get things inexpensively up into the air. So there's a lot of other cool things in this book, and it's worth looking at also from a geopolitical standpoint. But just take a look. It's inspirational and maybe predictive.
Yes, for this year, really, I'm looking forward to engage with the projects that you just mentioned before, and I believe that there will be much more that are coming. So this 2023 is going to be really the launch of the value proposition.
A couple of things. First, David left out that they're then using those mass drivers to attack Earth, but like, read the book, it's a really good book. What I really want to say though is, like, you're here, that's a good first step. I don't care what your sector is, I don't care what you're doing for life, space is going to become relevant. And this may sound far-fetched, but look, you know, by background, I'm a machine learning guy. I remember walking around like in 2010 and like telling people, look, AI is going to be really important. And like, oh, AI is really, like, AI is everywhere now. And I don't know, you guys have used ChatGPT and Midjourney, and now it's becoming like really clear how important AI is going to be. And it's going to be the same with space. So it's good you're here, inform yourselves more. I spend about 20% of my time on outreach to educate people. So yeah, I'm teaching at university, but I also have a almost weekly podcast, the Space Business Podcast. I have a couple of online courses on EDX, on space business. So there's plenty of stuff out there that you can inform yourself on space.
Well, thank you, Carlos, for giving me the opportunity of being here and sharing what FOSA does. And I just want to say that if you're an investor and you want to be part of this new revolution of space-based satellite IoT connectivity, please have a chat with us.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. These last questions about Mars reminded me about, and we talked about Steve Wozniak before, a famous Apple commercial who was saying, those who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. And I think there will be a lot of creativity around space, and we've seen what Elon Musk, even though he's not, he's a bit crazy sometimes, but look at what he's done, and we'll see more and more of these entrepreneurs benefiting from cheaper access to space in the future.
Since we started with a book recommendation, I'll end with one. So if you're interested on a really dark humor, bleak, kind of absurdist book that talks about the earliest technologies that have created space, which is the V2 rockets, please read Gravity's Rainbow by Pynchon. It's not for everyone, but I can tell you it's a bit of a blast, and gives you a lot of like insight into the early days of thinking about like, hey, how do we get things really high and really far? And when you see how long we've come, also read the first book recommendation. In fact, read them one after another. That should give you a really good weekend. But is that, yeah.
Thank you very much. Just to say that, you know, when I served the United Nations, your father was my hero. Your father gave his life for the UN, Mr. De Mello, and he was an inspirational leader. And this is the kind of leaders we have to regenerate now in the fourth industrial revolution. It's not only about money or about power or about IPOs or things like that. It's actually to do good and create goodness in the world. And I am sure you guys, together with the rest of the audience, will be a major protagonist of that the new world that we are entering. So thank you very much for your support and your visit today. And if you want to stay on the NFT, it's a very exciting roundtable as we are showing the latest technologies on NFT in cooperation with Casper. There are many artists that they have contributed, so we are providing awards of the best NFT of the year. And again, it's a combination between art, technology, and emotions, which is all about what WISeKey likes to see in this kind of things. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you for your question, and look forward to stay with you the rest of the day. Thank you. Gentlemen, attention. We're going to start the second round table. So if you don't mind, again, as we did at the first round table, avoid to stay in the back and talk. Otherwise, it's very difficult to hear the panelists. And come in as near as you can so we have a space for everybody. So first of all, I would like to thank everybody again. We have a long day. We're going to have 4 round tables, so this is the second one. So thank you very much for coming to see us this year. Last year, which was May actually last year, we introduced in Davos the NFT Awards, which is an endeavor that WISeKey, in cooperation with Casper and a few of our blockchain friends, have taken in order to provide the best NFT practice of the year. This is going to be like the Oscars of the NFT, kind of. So last year we had an amazing group of NFT artists that they came to Davos and received a prize. And this year we are going to do the same with a new set of artists and experts in the blockchain and NFT industry that will as well receive a prize. Those prizes are also being showcased in the back of the room with these very high-tech frames. So those frames, they look like a TV, but they are not a TV. This is actually a crypto frame. So the inside the frame, you have the NFT, which is verified by the blockchain real time. So that means that when you see the NFT, you can be sure that it's only one NFT and it's the original, and you can put that into a museum, into a gallery, into your living room in your house. So it's a way to visualize NFT, because a lot of my friends that we invest in NFTs, once you buy an NFT, you want to show it, right? When you buy a Ferrari, you want to show your Ferrari. So when you buy an NFT, you want to show your NFT. Otherwise, why are you going to keep it? So this is a visual representation of an asset that I think is a great technology and a great example on how this is moving. So I would like to just say that you artists, I know there is a lot of artist people both here and online, you are most welcome to publish your art in wise.art, which is the NFT platform developed by WISeKey. It has gone phenomenal since we launched it. Thousands of artists and thousands of NFTs are aggregated on monthly basis. The platform is really high-end platform. The difference between that platform and other competitors is that WISeKey as a cybersecurity company is bringing our knowledge on cybersecurity to make sure that NFTs cannot be replicated by associating digital identities, and NFT cannot be stolen or hacked. You know, there has been a lot of fraud and a lot of hacking on platforms, losing millions of dollars because hacker managed to hack the platform. So WISeKey cybersecurity expertise of 23 years is essential to guarantee that that platform will not be hacked. Obviously, they are going to try to hack, and that's normal. If you succeed in anything you do on the internet, you're going to try to be hacked. But at least you have a very sophisticated group of people that they are very aware to handle that and mitigate that risk. So without that, I would like to give the floor to Sixtine. Sixtine is our Director of Art Technology in WISeKey. She's an amazing art expert. She has run, and she will tell you later her background, art projects all over the world, and she's internationally recognized by museums, galleries, and many other experts around the world. And she has a unique characteristic, is that she is extraordinary connected with the technology world as well. So she's actually blending those two expertise, which I think are essential, which is art, which is an emotional characteristic, with a very rational characteristic, which is technology. Both a part of the brain, not necessarily work together all the time. And in that case of 16 works together. So anyway, I just would like to give the floor to 16. She's going to run the entire awards ceremony. And then I will see you later, and I will be here watching your great presentation. Thank you, and thank you the panelists for your presence.
Thank you very much, Carlos. I don't think I'll be able to leave the room now because my head's about this big. So again, yeah, thank you for being here. Have a look at the exhibition which is taking place next door. I think it's one of the first phygital exhibitions in Davos ever. So we thank everybody who participated. We ran a competition with Instagram for about 6 weeks. So the people who are getting an awards at the end of this presentation have actually been elected by people who follow us on the community. So if you're interested at all, feel free to join us. We're on all different social medias, Instagram, Discord, LinkedIn, of course, and Facebook. And so it's important that you guys join us if you want to follow what we're doing. So I've got a really, really interesting panel. They're all made up of good friends, which I've known many years or met in the last few months, but really happy that they're all here. I'll start from the end here. We've got Jonathan here, he's a writer of artificial intelligence, so he'll tell us all about it later, and he's got a little baby called Chimère who's growing at the same time as we are. Then we've got Solène. Solène is the owner and manager of the very first digital NFT gallery in Geneva, which is physical. It's called Demerit. So they work with digital frames, and some of them are in the back room there. So you can ask all about the technology, but Solène will tell us more. So as I said, they're linked to a blockchain, and you can exhibit your own work. So I'm sure, I don't know if Solène actually sells the frames as well as the art. She'll tell you all about it. Then we've got Isabelle. Isabelle is from the WHO. She has many other projects, and her spiel is more about impact and using art to get a message across. And she's got a fantastic exhibition as well next door of skulls, which were done on a Mexican mission. And then there are also masks, which were done in Peru, and then very nice paintings by the artist herself, Isabelle. And all those are linked to NFTs. So that's the whole story, is about linking phygital packages, the physical and the digital. Then we have Mr. De Leo Francesco from Italy, who's going to tell us about collectibles towards the end of this presentation. Maria Pia, who's a financial expert and is going to tell us about the link of NFTs and the blockchain, and really NFTs as a financial collectible, but also money-making tool, right? And then we've got Matthias Rüttmüller, who came from Basel. I have to say, all these people came really, really early from all over Switzerland by car. So some of them got up at 4 in the morning. So, you know, big effort. So Matthias is a partner that the NFT platform Wise.art has been working with. He's got his own gallery called the Basel Art Center, which is like a stone throw away from Platz, for those who know Art Basel. It's a very nice location to have. And he's actually given us his trust. And so if you go on the baselartcenter.com and you press NFTs, you end up for looking at his artists, which he represents as NFTs on the platform. So that's for the introductions. Without further ado, I'll maybe start with the entrepreneurial side of things, because after all, we are in Davos. So Matthias, would you like to introduce the gallery and the whole concept, and why you chose to be with NFTs or to work with NFTs?
Thank you for being here. 40 years ago, we already started, and at this time, you can imagine, we were carrying heavy artworks, oil and canvas, and it was, to be in the art industry, a really heavy job. 20 years later, we were thinking about photography was entering the art market, and at this time, everybody was talking about, wow, is it real artwork? Nobody was clear. How is the ownership? But it's possible to copy very easily. And nowadays, we are on the next step with the NFTs. 20 years ago, the Basel Art Center started with his idea to support artists, art correctors, art curators, museums and collections in whole service in the art industry. We do the communication, we offer storage facilities, custom clearing and shippings, and also the communication. And now we're thinking really we have to do for our clients, for our customers, a new step and offer an NFT solution in our crypto lab. We opened our crypto labs a month ago, so to be ready here for the Davos presentation, and we choose WiseArt as a trustful partner to do it.
Good, thank you very much. I forgot to say that there's going to be a Q&A at the end as well, but if you guys want to interact, please feel free. The floor is everybody's here. I'll keep on with Solène, because Solène, as I said, opened the first digital gallery in Geneva, and I want to know how that's going to work. The opening is actually coming up, right? You're launching.
Yeah, we are opening on the 1st February, so very soon. And we decide to democratize NFT world by opening a gallery in Geneva to explain to people who are not part of the Web3 world what an NFT is and what its use can be. And we really want this gallery to be a place, a fun place, where we can exchange about what the impact of NFT or blockchain technology, for example, so how they can impact our daily lives. And for us, it's also a way for artists and Web3 artists to expose their art in physical, because they can expose on our gallery, but they can also means on our curated marketplace. Because yes, Demerits is a gallery, but it's also a curated marketplace. And we think that it's a good way for artists to spread all over the world their art.
That's very cool, Solène. And it's important to know this physical aspect. A lot of people are telling us, you know, like, we still like to see our art on the wall. And I said, well, you still can. And the advantage with the NFTs is that you can have your wallet open, and you can be in Aspen, or you can be in Monte Carlo, and you can still have your collection on your screens. Token frames, or any other screen, by the way. And NFTs is not only just for art. It goes, I mean, as we all know, it started with the gaming industry, but it can be for accessories, for fashion apparels, for real estate. And as I understand, Solène, you're big on real estate as well, aren't you?
Yeah, because we also have a real estate agency, so we work on it. Because, of course, NFTs are not only for art, but we can use it on real estate. And I think that in the future it will be more present, because it's pretty new for real estate. Yeah.
Thank you. Now that leads us to you, Maria Pia. Maria Pia keeps, you know, we've been talking for a while, and she keeps saying art is very nice, and that's where it started, mainly during the pandemic, because a lot of artists were stuck at home or in their studios and started to create. Obviously, the computer has been in usage with art since the 50s. I think Vera Molnar is now turning 103, and she's selling her art very well. But it does include other things and commodities, and that's what you were going to tell us about, right?
Yes. There are some countries that are using NFTs to create like monetary systems to promote the payment of activities that foster or take care about nature or certain kind of ecosystems. And also this is very linked with something that Carlos spoke about in the other panel, when he spoke that WISeKey is using microchips on putting microchips on trees. So he's creating a digital identity, and connected with satellite technology and predictive analytics, you can more or less estimate, for instance, how much is capturing carbon dioxide, for instance. So, and all those can be sold as carbon credits in a form of an NFT. So finally, NFT is kind of a tool that can be, it's already being used in several ways for creating new financial instruments or fostering monetary system, and that is very, very interesting.
Of course, again, I'm back in the art world, but the identity of things is very important, and to be able to trace an artwork, not just for investment reasons, but also a museum, when you're giving lending your piece of art to a museum, if it's being tagged, and you know, there's data collected on those little visors there, you can detect shock, you can detect movement, you can detect a change of humidity, or you can detect a change of temperature, which is very important for most museums to have that, and also, of course, insurance companies, it's very important.
Yes, and also, for instance, power purchase agreements from that you can create NFT of a solar panel, for instance, and sell that as a power purchase agreement, you know, energy certificate or whatever. So that is what I'm talking about, the kind of financial innovation that is occurring with this technology.
And royalties back to the artists. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ashok, who's just come in. He's so busy here in Davos, he does one panel after the other. Have a seat wherever you want. Ashok is running the hub just down the road. He's from Casper Labs, and he'll tell us all about the blockchain in a minute. One of the things that NFTs are used for, I just quickly mentioned, was the royalties, obviously the kickback for every time an NFT is sold up again on the market, it kicks back a commission. And it's also obviously used for raising funds, which the ONGs around the world are looking, are looking very closely at, also to inventory, if you like, their archives on the blockchain, and all that comes in again with the Internet of Things. It's all linked and can be used in so many different areas. This is where I hand you the mic, Isabelle, and you can tell us about your program.
Thank you so much, 16. Yeah, it's a great pleasure to be with you today and to explain very quickly, in fact, very briefly, what we have done recently with United Nations and my organization, World Health Organization. And the idea, because it was to establish, I will say, nexus between innovation, public health, and as well art. And why? Because we can communicate through art about very important topic, complex topic as well. It was the case. We start with amazing project with United Nations, for example, to talk about the violence against women, the human right, but as well universal health coverage in New York with the adoption of the resolution. And the leadership, for example, how to make effective distributed leadership and to change our way to connect to each other. And of course, how we communicate worldwide about how to take care about our health and our well-being. And it's good with, of course, evidence, as you know. But it's not enough, specifically to inspire and engage general public. Donc it's for this reason we have decided to incubate an initiative called Art Impact for Health and Sustainable Development Goals. And I am so happy because it's a way for me to establish a large consortium of partners as well. As you know, UN is to establish multilateral collaboration, not just between different UN agencies, but as well to value the work of NGOs, as you have mentioned, 16, and the other associations at country level, for example. And for that, we have started amazing partnership with Smile Train. I don't know if you know Smile Train. They are based in New York, in US, and they are in charge to support children affected by cleft, their parents as well, their families, the community. And you can see in this exhibit with the skulls and as well the mask of Peru, you can notice, the cleft on the mask and the skull. And in fact, we have established this program to encourage all the children and, of course, the parents, the community, to connect to each other and to realize don't accept any stigmatization, because you are a full human being and you can develop your human potential. You can change totally, the way you perceive as well the world. Donc art is a good, as well, important way with creativity, in fact, to enter in this resilience process, at individual level and collective level in the same time. And we are doing this type of initiative, donc art for social impact, in all the country we can. And now we have as well, for this year, we are able to present what is done at country level, at international level, through international art exhibit. We have performed many art exhibitions with UN in Geneva. And this year we will be able to perform specifically 2 important international art exhibits, one with UNITAR about art and diplomacy, and another exhibit will be with the World Academy for Art and Science on human security. You can see how we can communicate on such a complex and important topic, and to involve all the stakeholders and of course the public to better understanding the challenge we face in this world. And of course NFT for us is very important because it is a way to give retribution to all the artists we work with, in fact, specifically because we work with local artists at country, and we want to give back, to the association, to the NGO, they collaborate with us, and as well the artists, through NFT process, the financial contribution as well.
Yeah, that's extremely important. In fact, when you see the NFT descriptions for the WHO NFTs and Isabel's NFTs, the artists, the Mexicans, or the Peruvian children who participated in those missions are all named. And again, if anything is sold, it will go on. If it's sold, the NFT will be sold and sold again. The association will keep getting returns on that.
Yes.
Which leads me, the protection of human beings, of course, is right at the heart of all our discussions here in Davos on sustainability and SDGs, etc. Which leads me to AI, Jonathan. How does that get involved?
Hello everybody. Hi, thanks for inviting me. I guess, for me, this all starts with an AI art project in like 2015 when I thought that the problem with AI was Skynet going to dominate the world. And the project was a non-humanoid robot that I did with Timothy O'Hear, my brother, who's an AI engineer, and Martin Rotenstrauer, who's a fellow artist. And we built this non-humanoid robot with an AI brain, so it could learn how to move, to dance, and we were then thinking maybe to paint, and then maybe compose music. And this is back in 2015, like, a century ago in terms of AI, basically. And as we taught the project, talking to people in galleries, in spaces, we found that people really related to the object as a physical object, as an object where you could see all of the electronics, where you could see all of the human craft, where all the welds are apparent and all of that. And they really managed to get into the conversation about how AI is entering our society. Along the way, I was talking with Laura Tokmakov from the Impactia Foundation, and her foundation is mostly about how AI is entering the workforce and how it's impacting the workforce. And I felt that was exactly what we needed to be talking about at the time, is how is the workforce going to be impacted by AI, not are we going to be replaced by AI bots, which wasn't really the case and probably still isn't the case. However, they do replace tasks one by one, and when you replace enough tasks, you can fire human beings. You fire the human beings who are the least likely to adapt to the new format, so you're firing people who are in precarious situations, who probably won't be able to find more work. You'll fire old people as well, because they're also least likely to adapt and also probably expensive. And through all of this, talking with Laura from Impactia, we decided if we wanted to try and reach more people who weren't into AI, who weren't into the tech side of the world, that we should probably organize an AI art festival, which we did. So a couple of years ago, we organized AYA. Don't worry about the acronym, it's a battle cry, basically. It's like AYA or AYA, or which happens a lot when you organize a festival. And we decided to do that we'd invite 6 to 8 artists from around the world who would be non-technological artists who could question how AI enters society from a non-technological point of view, which seemed a relevant to us, and also produce art, which wasn't necessarily digital in nature as it was in the exhibition, and also create human performances. So you're probably wondering how this links to the other thing I was talking about. It does. This works really nicely because when you have a real object, like a physical object, it sort of like mobilizes many more senses of the spectator who's viewing it than an actual digital screen. So I find personally when there's these AI art exhibitions where there's only digital screens, I get a bit lost after a while. This is just personal. I get a bit lost in all of the, I guess, the screens. Anyway, so we decided to do that. We did that. But for the first edition, we thought it would be great if we had an AI who could write the press conference or something like that. So we decided we needed an AI who could be central to the festival. So we asked Tim, my AI engineer brother, if he could do something. And he said at the time that he was working on the future brain for the AI robot I was telling you about, which was a multimodal AI. This I find really interesting. You can stop me whenever. I never know how to stop.
I have a huge question, but keep going for the moment.
The multimodal thing got really interesting for me because it's a very particular thing about an AI artist bot in the way that it can, I don't know if people are familiar with what multimodal would be, but I guess an easy way to describe it is that we're linking an image producing neural network with a text generating neural network with a sound generating neural network in the same latent space. Now the latent space, you can understand that as maybe if you try and imagine a car right now, you'll have a picture of a car in your mind, but you'll associate the sounds of the car, the words around car, trucks won't be far, and all these things are linked in our brain. I guess that's the easiest way for me to explain by analogy the latent space of the multimodal AI. And so this multimodal AI also produces sound, images, and text all the time. So there's no hierarchy in these art forms. And I thought that was super interesting for an AI artist because it meant that it was a particularity of this AI bot, that it could have it could generate endless art which was influenced by all of the other modes, right? It could generate a text which is also producing an image, which is also producing sounds, which are also influencing the text and the sound and the image all the time. So basically it's a total art kind of proposition.
It's an infinity loop?
There's kind of an infinity loop in it too, yeah. But also, I mean, I don't think humans can do that. Like I've seen lots of technological art projects and done quite a few, and we always, prioritize one aspect of it. It's always going to be like the movement is going to be more important than maybe the image that's generated or vice versa. And I think this is very particular about the AI. So we did this AI multimodal bot and decided to use the brain in the festival. The press conference was amazing. I think the main thing for me was the artists suddenly took to Chimère. We called it Chimère. And all of the artists actually took to Chimère. We didn't ask them to collaborate necessarily with Chimère, but we added a chat, right, to this. So you can talk to Chimère, and it's generating a constant flux of images, sounds, and let's say poetry or text, writing, all the time, which is influenced also by the chat at this point. And they all decided that the collaboration with the AI was the big thing for them, which I thought was fascinating because I didn't realize how differently people collaborate. We had some artists, like we had maybe a play director who was trying to collaborate in the way a play director does, like you tell somebody to do something and they do it. And that doesn't work with these AIs, right? It kind of responds in kind when you try to talk to this AI. And we had an improviser, and she was collaborating like an improviser collaborates. Like you say something, and then somebody responds to that, building on it, and you respond to that and build on it. And that was amazing. That really enabled her to go to really strange places through this conversation. And because, I mean, it's not like an AI is actually even close to being sentient or something like that. It's more like you're talking to a reflection of a part of humanity. And it's really a fascinating thing, like the way it takes you down strange and really enthusing, how do you say that in English? Enthusing, thank you. paths.
That leads
anyway,
me to my question.
I should probably stop there.
One of the question is how dangerous is it? Because everybody now is talking about GPT chat. And I wish I was born now, so, or let's say 10 years ago, so I could use it for my homework. Is that how it works? How much control does the actual programmer keep or not? Or the improviser in a theater play? If any control.
Well, okay, so one thing we do with, say, Chimère is we've disabled all of the filters. So it can produce any kind of imagery, it can produce any kind of text, and we fine-tune it, which is basically, I guess, retraining it with the data of the day. So say if all of the conversations are used to fine-tune it, so there's kind of a sort of a long-term memory which comes into existence, and it also modifies Chimère along the way depending on who it's talking to. I mean, I don't know, is it dangerous? I don't really see the danger in the same space, I think, as most people are about ChatGPT and GPT personally. Yeah. I am really interested in not having filters on an art project, not necessarily for a product, but for an art project, because you can see where society is failing, because this is a reflection of humanity. It's not a machine talking to you or generating images. Everything which is generated from AI art culture is human art culture. And we don't really know how to yet, and we're really interested in that with Chimère, how to find other forms of culture which aren't necessarily human to try and include those into data sets.
Okay, so now my next question will be, and that'll go on to Ashok, is if all this is created now and it's brand new and we're all discovering, we're talking, as I said, to a baby, maybe it's a toddler now over the years, but we're still learning. Is that all going to be on a blockchain, all that progress, or does it need to be? And Ashok, you've got blockchains, you've got cryptos, you've got a currency in your portfolio of things. And by the way, we partner with Casper Lab, and we're a multi-blockchain, so we've got Casper Lab was our first partner, so how are you including? What's the future for you guys? Is AI in it? Is it not relevant? Is it scary? What is it?
Well, that's a scary question itself. Yeah, but I'll try to answer it based on what my understanding is and my observations are. First of all, just to extend what Jonathan was saying here, AI is a reflection of what's currently going on in the human society if you don't put any filters. So number one question is whatever going on in the human society right? And of course, I think everybody will answer, in my opinion, no. There are ways we could have done this better. And all the wars tell us, I'm an ex-Navy guy, but I still feel wars are not the right answer. So in case you don't want the AI to reflect the society as it is, then you obviously want it to take a different turn or maybe learn better ways. But then the definition of better comes into question. What is better and what is not better? So I think there are questions that we need to answer. I'm not scared of AI as a technology. You can't be scared of technology because whether you want it or not, technology is going to come. What is required is how do we really prepare ourselves and others to really adopt it in the right manner. There was AI which Microsoft had created very early on. It had to be shut down because it became very, very aggressive, and So there are instances if it's not there. So we have to learn from what our experiences are and move on in the right direction and adapt to the feedback that is coming to us, and I think that's more important. And having a very inclusive conversation towards what is right or wrong will be very helpful because many of the times, a lot of people don't have a voice. So they can't even tell you whether something is right or wrong and how it is impacted to them. So trying to capture a larger set of reactions from people will be beneficial, but that's nothing to do with blockchain, which is what your primary question was. So coming back to blockchain, just to be very, very clear, Casper Labs is a blockchain technology company which is laser focused on enterprise use cases. So we want to use the blockchain as a technology for improving operational efficiencies of current processes within enterprises, as well as discovering new models of business, right? And how we can use blockchain as a technology to create new marketplaces, new asset classes, bring something which is not on the marketplace right now to the marketplace, improve lives of people, right? So that's the primary aim. We don't consider ourselves at all as a cryptocurrency or crypto initiative, right? That's, crypto is just one aspect or one use of blockchain. Unfortunately, everybody associates crypto to blockchain. I think we want to emphasize that the distinction is to be very clearly made.
I think we can be said too that everyone's talking about the crypto winter, but in fact the technology and the blockchain and the NFTs, the volume is up.
Absolutely, and we carried out a big survey, and we polled more than 600 C-level executives, including many of the Fortune 500 companies. That report is available on Casper, casperlabs.ai. We find that over 87% of the executives think that blockchain as a technology is something that they would like to test or adopt in 2023. 87%. That's a massive number, right? So I feel like the crypto winter is in many ways is a way to filter out the bad from the good. I think those which have good technology and good focus on the real use cases will survive. They will be spotted. They will surface as survivors. There would be challenges. There would be issues. I think that happens when the tide goes in ups and downs. There could be some wrecks in the process. But in the whole, by the time, and it's good that we call it winter because that means there is going to be a summer. So, I like the way, to be by nature very optimistic. So I think the real players will survive. They will come out stronger, and they will benefit from, taking away the unnecessarily focused elements which are sometimes not good for the society, and a lot of people lose money. I think it's good that sometimes the winter comes and you then develop good resistance and build up your stamina, get your strength back so that you can do good things in summer.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with Ashok. I hope you do too. And then the last speaker that we have, but by no means the least, because it's our latest entrepreneurial project, if you like, and it's not to do with art, but it's to do with other assets. So I'll give you the floor. You can explain.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Francesco.
No, actually, what I would like to start with is to basically set things in perspective. And I agree with you. Reality is that no matter if we are talking about the crypto winter, because many traditional institutional investors have been late to understand, this space, we know exactly that the blockchain infrastructure has been extremely stable. There is no transaction has been lost. Everything has been clearly identified. And I think that most of the financial world, where I'm speaking from, doesn't underestimate the robustness of the blockchain infrastructure as it is today. So in my view, the crypto winter is going to fade within the next few months, probably a couple of quarters. Just want to mention that when we are all talking about what happened with FTX, that I think has been quite a topic for all of us, FTX at maximum is going to be a $5 to $6 billion liabilities. Just want to remind that when Lehman Brothers went bankrupt, it was $1.3 billion, and that the Madoff scheme was about 64. So when you look at the resilience of financial markets, the $5 to $6 billion can be absorbed on a short, kind of time horizon. And that's for, to start with. Second point, I think that NFT related to arts in general are creating a very important new asset class. And we as investors are very intrigued by new asset classes because new asset classes have a very specific characteristic. They don't correlate with any other asset class we know. So when you look at financial markets and the turbulence of financial markets, it's clearly the case that having new asset classes provides more resilience and more stability. So we are very keen to say that we see WISE art as a key step forward because of the robustness of the architecture that's been set in place and the kind of opportunities that you're opening up in the likes of the areas that you cover. And that's the second point that I think is very important, is to understand that it is an asset class per se, and it's going to grow bigger. In our views, I mean, our analysis are saying that if we are looking at the all wealth in terms of art around the world, the NFT asset class related to art will probably get close to 14 to 15 trillion dollars. So it's going to take time. It's not going to happen, next year. But clearly, we are on the right track, and I think that WISE Art is making a step forward in the right direction. One area that we started out working with WISeKey, which we think is very promising, is really to understand that when you're looking at art does keep its value over time. If you have a paintings of Vincent van Gogh in your home and your safe, that painting will be worth a lot of money, not just today, if your family inherited this, but even 100 years from now, it's going to be worth. Now, the key is that if you're looking at this, it's a piece of art, so it can deteriorate, it can be stolen, you need to maintain and support, so it's going to be an expense. Now, think about something that is NFT related to art, which is going to be crystal clear, that is not going to change value. Today, here in Davos, if you put €1 million or dollars in a safe box in Davos, and you come back 7.5 years from now, you find zero. That 1 million is going to be worth zero. With 7%, 10% inflation, that 1 million, if it's going to stand still in the safe box, is going to be worth zero. So think about the fact that now you want to invest in art. Art is going to keep its value no matter what. And then you have an NFT which makes this uncorruptible. So physically it's going to stay the same. And the last point I'd like to add, which is even more important for us as a civilization moving forward, we are deeply underestimating that we are really living in a poly-crisis kind of world, as the title of the conference is. And unfortunately, the only thing we know, that we don't know what is going to happen in the next 10 years. We know that it's going to be surprising. We know that we're not going to be ready to face it. We know that it's going to take time for us to adjust. But think about that art is a common language. It talks to everyone in the world, because the beauty of art touches everybody. But it is even more important we think about art conservation. We think about preserving this. We don't know if war, when you have wars, like the ones that we are facing very close by in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, we don't know how much art has been lost because we don't have any track record of this. But think about having really a safe deposit in somewhere where you can really track down and keep and save all the art in the world. So think about how this can be a very big asset class per se. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Francesco is absolutely right, and maybe if AI can create a crystal ball for the future, that would be very helpful. So ask your brother to work on that one. Also, perhaps it's important to add that, the art market's been up. The curve of it financially has been up for like the last 30 years, that on the day that Lehman Brothers filed Chapter 11, Damien Hirst was breaking all records. So the art is really something. And also, to go on from you, when the whole world is basically at war and things get destroyed all the time in museums and things, if they're all on the blockchain one day, they would be safe for the future. But now to some more exciting things. I'm going to pass the floor to Mr. Moreno, who is going to announce the awards of our little competition that took, it's not little, it was a very important competition, which took place. So, and I can already say, because you secretly told me that Eva Maria had put a vote down on IG and got the winner. So kudos to you.
Fantastic, fantastic. So as Carlos Moreira said already, these happened for the first time last year, and The idea is to do this event every year. And for this year, we had a voting system in place. We had more than, I would say, about 30 nominees, artists from the Wise Art platform. And we had more or less 500 people voting over the internet. So the first award is coming to Evan Karem for his art piece Light Wave. He got the Gold Excellence Award for art, but he's in fact on the same time is the all categories voted award. We do have a short video from the artists because they couldn't make it, they couldn't come here. So I'm gonna put it and so you can hear them.
From NFTI Emporium and myself, I would like to thank you for recognizing my artworks. And also to have it featured once already a month ago in such a grand stage in the famous Times Square in New York on the NASDAQ screen. It is not every day that any artist's NFT or artwork gets specially selected to get displayed in Times Square. I also would like to thank all the staff members and the art directors who has helped us in the onboarding process in Wise Art. I believe that with NFTs, people have the opportunity to apply in so many use cases in real life. Although art may be the way it has become popular, but the future of NFTs use cases, to my understanding, lies in so many areas. All these things are great areas to look forward to. But once again, thank you for recognizing my art.
So the second award is going to Antonio Natale. Antonio Natale, let me jump. Where is my mouse? Où il est? Mais je sais pas si je peux cliquer là. Okay, here we go. So he got the award for the art piece Beat Me, and he got the Excellence Award for art.
Winning this award is one of my proudest achievements. I would like to thank the organizer at Wise Art, 16 Crutchfield, and her team for this opportunity, as well as every person who contributed to this success. I also would like to thank my artist director, Christine Ruiz-Kerendi, who stands by me through thick and thin. Although I cannot be present tonight, my heart is with all of you. Thank you again.
The following one is David Flood. The art piece presented was a column, and he got the Silver Excellence for art.
Chosen for an NFT award. I am very pleased to have been selected and associated with Wise Art. This is a great honor, and I wish you all the best. Take care.
Now we're coming to Leticia Gallardo. She got the Gold Excellence Award for the digital art for the art piece Medusa Eyes.
I am very grateful for this award, and although I cannot be there, this is precisely what we celebrate. Technology bringing us closer and taking us farther. Muchas gracias.
Now we are coming to Marcus Senek, recently onboarded artist. He got the Silver Excellence Award for digital art on the Prague Neon 18th art piece.
Thank you so much. My name is Luca. And I am Marco, and we represent Metagalactic NFT. It is truly an honor to be included into consideration with such amazing artists and like-minded people. We are, of course, devastated that we can be there with all of you to accept recognition in person and celebrate together. From the bottom of our hearts, we would like to thank everybody who voted, Wise.art, and Valmar Alve, our curator. Thank you.
The sixth one is for Pedro Sandoval. Pedro is already an artist working with us for a while, and he got already an award last year. He got the Excellence Award for Video on the Magic World of Dali.
I'm very grateful for this award. Thank you for the community, for both me, and thank you to WISeKey.
No.
Gracias.
Following one is Jaime Miranda for the art piece Taylor Semillas. He got the Gold Excellence Award for Philanthropy.
My name is Jaime Miranda Bambaren. I'm the creator of the 13 Months Project. Thank you, WISeArt, for sharing with the world the NFTs of the making of the seed sculptures and this exhibition that is now in Foley Square, Manhattan, New York.
Following one, I guess, is as well for philanthropy. This is given the Silver Excellence Award for Art for Philanthropy to the ONU Art.
The Foundation has created with WISeKey the new platform One Humanity World. It's a very ambitious idea to open the door to everybody who wants to contribute to this new world. We have created a section on art. We think that the artists have a lot to say on the concept of one humanity, and they will be able to show their work on this new platform. We have created a new NFT by the French photographer Thierry Bouet on the human rights concert. It's the first NFT on a concert in the United Nations, a unique piece. And we thank very much WISeArt for giving us the first silver award on philanthropy, thanks to this new NFT.
We do have here as well somebody representing ONU Art. I will give her the microphone to say some words.
Hi, hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm Yolanda Rubio. I'm the CMO of Climate Coin and Senior Cultural Advisor of ONU Art Foundation. I'm excited to announce tonight that ONU Art Foundation and WISeKey have been working in a new marketplace for artists. This platform will empower the artists like never before. We believe in the power of NFTs to bring to their artists to help to take care of their work and their career. But this platform is more about a financial tool. It's about bringing together a community for the artists who share the same common purpose and philosophy. This purpose is about one humanity. We believe in people, equal and sustainability, humanism, and cooperation are crucial for our future. So thank you again on behalf of Juan Antonio, and hopefully very soon we have news about the launch of this marketplace. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Yolanda. Just to add that this is a very interesting project because this is the project with the United Nations and the United Nations Civilization of Alliance for Civilization, which is a very new endeavor to create bridges between civilizations. And WISeKey, together with the ONU Art, ONU means in French, Organisation Nations Unies Art, A-R-T, is an endeavor to encourage artists around the world to inspire themselves and submit pieces of art that will be available on the platform as a way to finance art schools around the world. So this is a very interesting endeavor. It's an endeavor that will be showcased around the world, and will be every year at the United Nations at the very famous rune, which is the 20th rune, which is one of the most beautiful runes in the world, done by a famous Spanish painter. So a very interesting project, and shows again the humanitarian vision of the platform, which is also putting available the technology for artists that can contribute to create humanitarian causes and finance those humanitarian causes by the fundraising on the platform. So Yolanda, thank you for coming, and it was a great pleasure to have you. I give you back. Thierry Bouet, yes, yeah, the photographer, by the way, of this NFT is Thierry Bouet, which is one of the best photographers with many prizes around the world, and he has contributed, which has been, by the way, converted later with artificial intelligence in a very interesting NFT. Okay, just wanted to say that. Thank you very much. A big hand to the team.
Thank you, Carlos. We're still having 2 awards to deliver. The following one is to Benedict Atley. This Gold Excellence Award is for photography, for the nice shot young man.
Greetings, everyone from New York, New York, and thank you so much for this amazing honor to be awarded the NFT Award for photography. I'm so grateful that I get to bring my stories and my images from the inner city to all over the world, to Davos and the World Economic Forum, where the stories of these young men and young women who are going through so much turmoil, I'm able to tell their story, and I'm so grateful for that. I'm so grateful for the people in the room, Carlos, 16, everyone at the WISE team, my family, who supported me throughout the process of making crazy digital art that I'm going to sell on the blockchain, and nobody knew what that was. And I'm just grateful for the team who is sound and spiritual and mindful that we need to make the world a better place through technology, and in this particular case, digital art. Peace, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we do have David Morales. He got the God Excellence Award for audio for his NFT of flamenco, Amor en Libertad. It's going to be in Spanish.
Hola, soy David Morales y desde la línea de la concesión quiero dar las gracias por el premio oro en la categoría audio en los premios a la excelencia de NFTs de WISeKey 2023. Estoy muy orgulloso y muy feliz de ver los primeros pasos del flamenco en el metaverso. Desde este rincón de Andalucía os mando un abrazo enorme y un beso.
Fantastic. So we are really looking forward for next year for the new nominees. And I invite you as well to see all those art pieces which are showcased in the room next to us. So they are in exhibition, so you can see all of them and more that are in exhibition.
Thanks, guys. There's a break now. There's some food and beverages, and the next panel will start in, what, half an hour?
Yeah, maybe I can take from there. Thank you, 16, and thank you very much for the panelists. That was amazing. You have to, by the way, give the prize. So last year, you remember, where we gave a bronze statue done by a famous Pedro Sandoval, our Spanish artist. But because this is about NFT and the metaverse, we would like to do something better. So this year, we created that. So here is a crypto coin with an NFT tag inside. So inside this coin, it has a microchip, and with your mobile phone, you can extract the key directly from the prize. So this prize is a unique NFT prize itself. It will be there in the blockchain for eternity, and you can prove real time that you have been aware with an NFT. So we're going to give you one of each to you, and this is the first time ever a prize has been virtualized, dematerialized with an NFT. By the way, in the other room, you have screens, which are NFT screens. This is another technology that WISeKey has integrated, which allows a NFT to be visualized. As I mentioned before, it's like you buy a Ferrari, you want to show your Ferrari. You want to buy a very expensive Rolex watch, you want to show your watch. The problem with NFT, if you buy an NFT, how I show my NFT. So this technology will allow you to put the NFT on frame, with a crypto wallet, and that crypto wallet will be there as an evidence that you own, and you are the owner of that NFT. So 16, maybe I give you, you can give to each, oh, they already got it. Okay, maybe a big picture with everybody, and you join us. Thank you. And I will be between you. And, oh, sorry, I don't want to hide you. You're in front of me. I go in the back. Yeah, Yolanda, come in. Yeah. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Vale, es que justo me han cogido por... Gracias.
Perfecto. So now we're going to have a few minutes break. You have drinks and canapés. And later at 6, we will start the Take a Core roundtable. So this is a very serious roundtable with experts from cybersecurity. We organize that every year. This is going to be the 5th time we organize. I will be, by the way, asking this room, which is a very interactive room, to stop interacting in 20 minutes. So gentlemen, just your attention, please. Hello, I know that you are for staying with us. This is the third panel, so I know that some of you might be tired, but anyway, this is a very important panel. It's the fifth time we organize the gathering of the Tech Accord here in Davos with amazing experts. So today we're going to be focusing on the industrial leadership of IoT, which is a very big subject, especially as many devices are getting connected to the internet. So in the panel we have Alisa for another time with us. You were here in May last year together with Mark. And we also have another representative from Nokia who is coming. Alisa is from Cloudflare, VP and Global Head of Policy Cloudflare. And Mark is the President of Security on DX Technology, big experts on the subject of IoT. And in a few minutes, we will be joined by Nishant Batra, which is the Chief Strategy and Technology Officer of Nokia. So if you don't mind, if you want to talk, you maybe go somewhere else, because here the idea is to get focus on this subject, right? So I appreciate your cooperation to maintain as silent as possible. Oh, here you are. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Nice to see you again. Hi. Great. So Nishan is with us, Chief Strategy and Technology Officer of Nokia. So as I mentioned before, the Tech Accord is, actually this panel is going to be broadcast, it's being broadcast by YouTube. And we have a very interesting audience, as we got something like 700 people registered through the channel, so big audience. So as I say, tonight is the fourth Davos gathering of the Cybersecurity Tech Accord, which is being hosted by WISeKey on our Wednesday events. It is a focus this year on IoT. WISeKey obviously is an IoT company. We manufacture semiconductor microchips. And the IoT business is totally disrupting itself as more devices are getting connected. But more connections we have on devices, more we are increasing the cybersecurity risk for those devices and any other devices that connect to them. So today on the panel, we will discuss about those risks, how we mitigate them with the technology of the companies represented in the panel, and some views about what else needs to be done, both on the regulatory side, as IoT is not necessarily well regulated internationally. There is a movement to do so, but it's not still optimal, and see how this is expanding. So I will give, maybe just to introduce the speakers, just introduce yourself, what you do to the audience, and then we will move into the moderation. So maybe, Nishant, I'll give you the floor.
Good. Hello, everyone. My name is Nishant, and I'm the Chief Strategy and Technology Officer at Nokia. It's my first time at WEF, and it's pretty crazy out there, but hopefully we'll have a good discussion on security today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nishant.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Starzak, and I am Vice President and Global Head of Public Policy at Cloudflare. And I am also excited to be here today. I have done this before on these panels, but I agree, it's crazy out there. But I'm looking forward to the conversation in here.
Hi everyone, I'm Mark Hughes. I'm the President of Security at DXC Technology. Been to Davos quite a few times, so used to the craziness and the snow, and last year as it was in May. So great to be here, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we're going to move for our first speaker with Nokia. And as you all know, Nokia is a leading network vendor. Nokia products and solutions are connecting more and more IoT devices to service provider and enterprise network. So how do you see IoT as a major impact on the security on the network? What are your views on that?
You know, let me start with, so we're of course in the business of connectivity, and it used to be about connecting for voice, then connecting for data, and now it's connecting IoT devices. And we see that between 2021 and 2025, the proliferation of IoT devices on networks will more than double. 2021, we had 14 billion IoT devices. It's expected to go beyond 30 billion by 25. So this is a big challenge that's coming up. Essentially, as the world moves towards 5G, faster networks, in parallel, the world moves towards industrial digitalization, we now start to increase the sensing, the IoT devices out there. This increases the threat surface significantly. And here, now we have to think about how do you counter this threat in terms of preparation. And there are several ways you can. The first recognition one has to have is that most users are not security champions. Yes. And these devices are often used and deployed by users which are not security experts. And then because the threat surface and the attack surface is pretty big, there are possibilities of several attacks. One example I'm sure my friends here can attest to, when the Mirai botnet happened, and that led to a DDoS attack. And this is a big risk out there. So one of the things that now we advocate, of course, we need to make sure the networks are secure. Let's not just make sure the endpoint is secure. We need to make sure there is end-to-end security when we're building IoT networks. It's very important. At Nokia, for example, in Dallas, we've launched the A-Star Lab. And this is exactly focused on ensuring, that there is end-to-end security in these networks. And the other part is we also need to make sure that the application deployers, here we have to make sure that the default security profiles are very good. There's policies that exist in terms of encryption. There are policies that exist in terms of access control. And we need to make sure there is a general security culture that needs to exist for us to counter this increased attack surface.
Thank you very much, Nishan. So we're going to move to Cloudflare, Alisa. And Cloudflare has a new initiative around Zero Trust and for consumer IoT space. Can you tell us about this and how it aligns with growing regulatory efforts to improve IoT device security?
Sure, and I just want to emphasize the point and make it even, and sort of kind of put that in context, that growth of IoT devices already right now, there are double the amount of IoT devices in the world that there are smartphones. And that growth, as you said, is just going to continue escalating because what happens from IoT is that every user has multiple IoT devices, and that is only growing. So that escalation that I think we're seeing, I completely agree. I think that's in our future, and we have to plan for it. I think I want to sort of point out the two problem sets, and then we can talk about our solution and then the current regulatory structure that's sort of proposed. Sure. So I think what we see on IoT are two different things. We see questions about the IoT device itself. So thinking about the security of something that might be in your home. And when you think about IoT, you think about something like a connected camera. So now all of a sudden you have a video camera, it's connected to the internet. What happens if it's not secure? All of a sudden it's a risk to you that way, right? So that is on the user side of it. But the DDoS side of it is the other side. So you have an unsecured device, and now it can be used as part of an attack metric. So because no one's paying attention to it, because it's a cheap device, basically it can call out, what a botnet does is essentially it calls out to the internet, and lots of things calling out all at the same time can take a site down or can take something else down. That's actually what causes a botnet. So those are the two things that you have to think about that you can protect against. What Cloudflare has thought a lot about, Cloudflare is a network security provider, and we have a global network that we can connect to all over the world. So what we've been thinking about from a solution set are thinking about the controls you can do with a network. So imagine now you have a device whose only connection point, where you can put controls on how it connects, right? So the only connection point goes to the Cloudflare network, where you can then filter out both in and out where the traffic then it goes out to. So we actually proposed a product earlier this year that's based on a SIM, that's an IoT SIM, and the idea is that you can put the controls in the network space. So it doesn't have to be on the device itself, although, again, the more security, the better. The more you can have default security, incredibly important. All of those things, incredibly important. But the idea that you can add to the network space and think about it connecting that way and put controls in that way is just another way of thinking about it. And we've been talking about this a lot because I think we have to be really creative when we talk about security and IoT, because what you often have are cheap manufacturing. You have devices that people don't want to spend a lot of money on, so it's not the smartphones of the world that people are going to spend hundreds of dollars on. And so you have to anticipate what the potential risks would be and how you can mitigate against them. From a regulatory standpoint, I think one of the things that we're seeing we're seeing things like the Cyber Resilience Act out of the EU, which is really thinking about labeling and the security piece, making it more visible to consumers. What we would like, I think, from that space, from the regulatory space, is really thinking comprehensively about lots of different solutions. So don't assume that one is always going to work. Think about the network solutions as well, layer them on top, is really kind of what we're looking at. There are also sort of new frameworks. So NIST has a new is really looking at sort of frameworks for IoT, thinking about standards, and we think those pieces are important too.
Thank you very much, Elisa. So we move to Mark. Mark is on DXC technology. You do a lot of work to maintain and integrate IoT solutions for large organizations in the context. What kind of work do you do to ensure that IoT security posture is prioritized compared to traditional security space?
Yeah, it's a great question. So first things first, when we get to the 30 billion devices that are going to be out there, they're not all the same. And I know that might sound a bit obvious, but there are characteristics of IoT devices that in some cases look quite similar to and have characteristically processing power and interfaces like human interfaces, almost a bit like smartphones or endpoints, all the way down to very basic sensors that exist on a network, but they have no interface that you would be able to interact with as a human, maybe have an API interface or just a network interface. And let's not forget that some of those very basic sensors aren't just necessarily sensors. They're also potentially actuating devices as well, where you have this curious mix of something very basic, actually controlling things physically. Think about, I don't know, ovens and temperature controllers and the like. So things that can have really quite significant problematic impacts if they are used in the wrong way. So I think the first thing is to think about IoT things as really quite a very broad spectrum. And therefore you have to think about them quite differently and bucket them as far as possible. I'll come back to that. But think about this, the device itself. We have to think about the device security. Elisa and Nitesh have already spoken about what we can do with regulation to help actually bake in some of what I describe as pre-market things that need to be there to make the device in itself more capable from a security point of view to start with. Secondly, you then have the actual data and how data is potentially extracted and managed on that device. Is it characteristically a device that perhaps has storage? Not all IoT devices do, but if they do, that then comes with the requirement to ensure how you manage that and manage the data that's on the device itself. And then lastly, the privacy implications. Now, we see this a lot in security. How do you deal with a risk that is incredibly disaggregated? Think 30 billion devices. And the power of IoT is often in a lot of these sensors is when you bring that data together, and then the data itself becomes very valuable. So a number of different aspects. We talked about Mirai and how IoT devices can be used as it was in 2016 in the DIN DNS attack, and subsequently with, we've seen other threat actors utilizing similar type of bot environments. But think also about when data from all of these sensors is aggregated, the value of that data and the privacy implications of looking after that. So a whole spectrum of considerations. So now quickly coming back to, therefore, the strategies that we employ with our customers when they are heavily invested in IoT estates. So first things first, think about the characteristic of the devices that you're deploying. If it's a camera, it will be more sophisticated, probably with a human interface, rather than perhaps a sensor in an agricultural context, which may simply be there just to do a temperature type of sensing a piece of work. And let's not forget that type of device needs to be very, very power conservative to give it the longevity as they are deployed in the environments, the harsh environments which they work in. So think about the risks associated with those different types of devices and therefore tailor the strategy towards that. And the strategy really that we employ with our customers is embrace zero trust as much as possible from the outset. Zero trust has now matured to a point where you can really group these devices and put them into an environment, a network-based environment where you're still reliant on, perhaps we don't talk so much about this any longer, but it's still very, very relevant, utilizing network compartmentalization and network traffic to control characteristically the flows in and outs, but also to spot where there may be vulnerabilities that need to be dealt with in the IoT environment. So that's a really important strategy of getting the network configuration and also creating things like IoT network gateways, which I know organizations like Nokia and others do as well, which is really important in how you then deploy and compartmentalize the devices. But then when you have aggregated that and you control it through that zero trust approach, is then what we advise our clients is to really make sure that you're then monitoring that and looking out, where possible, for known vulnerabilities, not just in the devices themselves, but to how threat actors are exploiting IoT more broadly. So keeping your antenna up, employing those strategies, continually assessing how that works and how you manage the risk within those environments, and then obviously mitigating the risk comprehensively. I'm afraid it does come down to being quite busy and being quite nuanced in how you have to do it, because one IoT device doesn't look like the next IoT device. Very finally, Alyssa, you mentioned regulation. Some of the NIST 2088 standard series, I think, which is out now, and there's lots of iterations of that. The NCSC in the UK deploys them as well, are actually extremely helpful and very good at how do you deal with that knotty problem of something that could be quite a dumb device, but how do you risk assess that, introduce it into an environment, in a zero trust environment, but again, extract from it what you need in a safe and secure way without threat actors being taking advantage of it.
Thank you very much, Mark. Very comprehensive answer. So what is the trade-off between the role of enterprises in terms to protect consumer versus their role themselves? What is the, maybe a question for everybody in the panel, from your experience as you are in very close contact with the consumers? It cannot be only the vendor responsibility, right? But how can we educate the consumer also to take their part share?
You know, I think that's one of the challenges, right? I think bluntly, I think what you have, if you think about a product as having it all being externalities, a consumer, you know, if you're buying a device, you generally don't think about security, right? Sure. Until it affects you, it's not something that occurs to you. So I think one of the things that when you start talking about default mechanisms, default security, that is something to sort of fully embrace, because you want the lowest standard to be still relatively high if you can. So that's one component. I think from an enterprise standpoint, I think the important thing, I think that all of the things that we've been talking about, certainly the things that Mark was just talking about, are the idea of that you can do it as an enterprise. So every device, essentially the idea of zero trust in that model is that you know every device on your network, you know exactly what it's doing, and you control the path both to it and from it. Yeah. Right, and you've put in the controls, you've segmented so that it can't go anywhere else. You've actually employed those standards. And I think that if you start to do that from an enterprise standpoint, it will at least cut down the devices. Even absent regulation, I think that you are starting in the right direction. So that's probably the right place to start.
Great, Mary.
I mean, I can only compliment that. Let's take the first example. The hardening and ruggedization of the default profile is a responsibility that we have to take. We can't assume that there is expertise out there and everybody's going to be capable to manage the device on their own. Plus, we also need to make it simple for end consumer to be able to deploy and use the device in a very simplistic and secure way. There needs to be simple documentation available for the user to be able to manage this as well. But otherwise, I fully agree. Mark, if you want to comment as well.
Yeah, I mean, Nishant, and Alyssa, you make some really good points. So there is actually some good news here. There are actually now some real initiatives around how do we get beyond that ghastliness of the stuff that we've seen in the past, of default open passwords and all those sorts of things. So some very basic things which I think industry is now responding to, but we need to continue to push for more regulation there to ensure we have that comprehensively done, which is, you know, for example, things like I mentioned, passwords, but also the ability for devices, if they have the processing power to be running software, for example, because you have to think about this not just from a device, but also from a software point of view as well as a network connectivity point of view. Is there the ability, for example, to make sure that software is up to date? And if known vulnerabilities do exist, can that then be updated, and can those vulnerabilities be addressed and patched? So there are some basic things which actually the list isn't very long. Do those and get those right. Get the manufacturers behind that. And we see some of those initiatives now through some of the well-known bodies that exist in terms of creating standards, that now is coming to pass. And that is not, and again, the challenge there is always, you know, through initiatives like labeling, which I think we'll probably talk about in a minute or two, Carlos, but also it's not just about doing it on a national basis. So how do you do that on a multilat, obviously on a bilat, if appropriate, basis as well. And we've seen things now happening on that. So if we can get to a point where we can assume at least that from a given point onwards that you have those basic building blocks in place, then I think that begins to reduce the risk quite substantially. Because again, a lot of these things, it's the power of the of just the sheer scale of IoT that makes it such an attractive target for a threat actor. If you can begin to erode the amount of stuff that's out there that is truly vulnerable, then that goes a long way to start to get on it. So I think, therefore, to answer the question, Carlos, there's a real important piece here from the, as I describe it, pre-market activity through regulation that is going on. But that doesn't negate the need for that post-market activity that I was just talking about. How enterprises now help organizations or enterprises manage those networks in a considered way, just like they have done with the broader category of ECD, enterprise connected devices that have been around forever, laptops and stuff. But applying those same principles, doing the risk assessment work, and then putting the controls in place. So that doesn't negate the need for that, the first part. So I think there's both of those things, but I would say that the ability now for some of those standards to start really coming into play, which aren't particularly onerous when we think about it in security terms, is going to make a big difference.
Thank you very much. And governments are increasingly getting concerned about IoT device security. There has been obviously important hacks, and governments are looking into regulating some of that. We always look at the other sectors, like for instance, before you are able to put a medical product into the market for consumers, you have to go through an FIA regulatory approval. Is that something that is required for IoT? What will be the roles of governments and regulators on that?
I'm in the middle, so I get it
yeah,
the most, I think. I think this actually goes back to Mark's point. I think not all devices are the same. I mean, think about it from a medical device standpoint. A medical device could be very well be a kind of IoT device. Clearly, the standards for that are different than the sensor, right? Going back to the analogies that were given before. I think the key when you start to get into the regulatory space is that you don't assume that there is one solution that fits everything. And you really do a sort of, I think you're right, that the NIST standards actually make you do a risk analysis, really put you through thinking about what are you trying to do, what are you trying to accomplish, and how do you go about doing it. And I think that the most positive effect that regulation can have is making sure that that's done. So it's setting the floor, because clearly the default is always going to be an issue, but the default, because security changes so fast, you can't assume that's enough. So that's where it gets into the question of, can you update it, to Mark's point? Is it sophisticated enough for that? Or are there other ways to sort of control access to it? But I think the key from a regulatory framework standpoint and the question of labeling is really making sure it's flexible enough to think about that variation and making it not just yes, no, good, bad, which I think it's often the sort of tendency of what people think of when they get into the to labeling, frankly.
I mean, I think we're all three coming to a very strong, unanimous point. It's not one size fits all. There is a role that regulation plays. There's a role standardization plays. It's been cited. I mean, for example, standardization, HCS standardized, the basic requirements for cybersecurity for consumer Internet of Things. And that actually initiated from UK and CSC as a best practice and then became a standard. Standardization, regulation. And also not just regulation, which is isolated to a country, but it is broader than that. Otherwise, the device proliferation, that stops. We need it to be global standards, global regulation. Finally, we can't take the onus only to the regulator and the standardization bodies. There is an onus on the device owner, the consumer, and then there is onus also on the device producer from a default profiling and the hardening of that, and if possible, upgrading the device as the security requirements go up. So all of that has to happen. We're all agreeing, Mark, if you want to add something.
Well, Nishan, I couldn't agree more on that last point about updating and about, this is where it comes to the labeling point about, labeling is all very well and good to say here it is, but what does that go to and what does that label actually say, and is there something that is onward? But just coming back to the specific point you talk about medical devices, I think one of the things that I see a lot in security is where you get the application of technology in areas like, let's just say, medicine, because you talked about it. The existing regulators have been doing medical device regulation for decades, right? The FDA and the equivalents across all the other countries. They are perfectly capable of assessing risks associated with medical devices, for example, in the context of pure medical. I think the time has come now for security to become less of a very specific thing, and for organizations that are responsible for regulation in those particular industries to continue to up their game, because it's not like they haven't done anything, but to understand that they should be assessing these types of risks in the context of all the other risks that they're assessing all the time. Using the NIST standards to take them through the way to do it, employing the people with the relevant expertise to be able to do that. Because as I think I said before, the deployment, for example, of an IoT device in a medical context is just that, a medical context. So who better to do that than the regulator that is charged with medical devices, as opposed to a regulator that's more of a technical type body that is more better at dealing with standards, but then once it comes to actually the application of it, use the expertise that's already there. The more that we can do that, the better, just because of the ubiquitous nature. And actually why I think that is important is not just because that's where it should be done, it's because actually that will unlock even more benefits. And when we think about medical devices, the benefit of connectivity from IoT devices used in a medical context, we're only just beginning to understand how powerful that could be for a better place for the world overall.
Thank you very much. And what type of differences between categories in IoT devices? Some of them, as you mentioned, medical devices can put threat on your life. Others are more related to trust. You know, a device might be collecting my voice or my data. How you differentiate that in terms of regulatory approach?
Well, okay, I've got the microphone still. So again, it's about the risk. How do you assess the risk? Use the framework to assess the risk, and then the regulation that sits around that either is very specific to that type of device or set of devices, or it's again it might not be that straightforward. It might be much more about has that deployment of that device, because it might be a voice recognition thing, can be used in a myriad of different ways. But has that risk assessment done contextually within how it's being deployed, and then the controls being put around it to create that lowest level, that as zero trust as possible approach to ensure that when there is any actual use of the device, that it's done in that only the way that is necessary, commensurate with the risk that the environment is deployed in. So I think it's less about getting regulation to fix that, more about getting regulation to create frameworks for people to be able to understand how to make those risk-based decisions and then apply the controls that are appropriate for that context.
And can you mention some agencies that they are doing this properly in terms of best practices?
So I think Mark mentioned NIST before. I completely agree. I think we both,
Yep.
we've all talked about NIST. I think we've talked about, I think what we've seen, the EU has, I agree, we've seen a lot of sort of good development of standards, and I think there has been a lot of progress on that in the last couple of years in particular. I think it's been a really good movement towards it. I think what we haven't seen yet, and I think this is where the EU is moving a little bit more, is a more strict regulatory structure, right? So that is where the Cyber Resilience Act comes into play. Obviously, standards, regulation, they look different. Standards are sort of voluntary measures, and regulation are mandatory. So it will be interesting to watch how that shifts over time.
Yeah. I can make an analogous comment. I mean, I come from the connectivity industry to start with, right? This industry is based on a very important partnership of industry, regulator, and standards. Wireless industry exists globally on common standards, harmonious regulation, and the industry acting in cohort with that. I think it's important all three work together. Yeah. And you're right. I mean, standards will mature, then adherence will come in play. But adherence is also, if the entire industry starts to adhere to it, you can't be the only one not to adhere to it, because then your product's not going to be sold. Yeah. And then finally, if it comes as a pressure from regulation, from a Cyber Resilience Act, okay, then you just have to. But until such time, if the entire industry starts to agree on a standard, it starts to become default. And that's very important. And it has to be a global standard. So ETSI has started, we've talked about NIST, but it has to start becoming universal as well.
Absolutely. And this is an area where WISeKey has been working a lot. But what if there is increasing consensus when it comes to security capability for consumer IoT devices, things like no universal default password, and having a coordinated vulnerability disclosure policy and keeping software updated are reflecting on over 100 different standards around the world now. If there is such an agreement, what is going to help manufacture actually implementing these elements with such a diversification?
I'll simply start by saying, if there are 100 standards, it doesn't work. Yeah. I mean, there's not enough intent, money. The standards are diluted if there's 100. that's why I said, I mean, there has to be some kind of global value of that standard. They need to come together, and there needs to be a standard that all can follow, versus, okay, for every geography, we need to pick a standard that we need to adhere to. So I think that activity needs to happen, absolutely.
I would add on those in particular. I mean, there's clearly, I think we all agree that there are a set of defaults, right? The baseline of security that where you don't want, where you clearly, and I think all of the things that you just mentioned fit into that category. I think the challenge comes, and I completely agree on one set of standards. I think it's incredibly important, but I think the challenge comes from a device standpoint. When you start to get into that set of standards, it really is the question of devices don't look the same. And so how do you put a set of standards together, which is a risk-based set of standards, then it works. But if you start thinking about it as, hey, individual requirements, that is not going to be the same as a risk-based standard because your devices don't look the same. And so that is the key, I think. And I think we are getting to be much better at that. I think that's actually what the standards development process has been very good at. So hopefully that's where we'll end up.
Well, just to say, as Nishan makes the point, well, actually there are good precursors to where you really have to, CDMA and others, where you know, the ITU and others have created standards, IET over many years that actually do work. So there's good precedent here. Keep the floor, as Alyssa says, at the floor. Try not to overcomplicate it. And we've already seen some good bilateral arrangements. You know, Finland, Singapore, I think it is Singapore, UK, others. Yeah. Now really, you know, and that's just a couple of examples. There's many more than that. Really getting into saying, look, let's get that floor right, and then get the. So I'm hopeful that 100 standards thing is gonna become hopefully a thing of the past fairly soon, and we'll agree on that floor and get that done at least.
Absolutely. And last year, the Cyber Security Tech Accord, working with the World Economic Forum, Consumers International, and Ian de Calvary, to produce a joint statement signed by more than 100 organizations from industry, government, and civil society, highlighting the top priority for manufacturers when it comes to the security capabilities for IoT devices. It then launched a resource hub online to support adopting this capability. What more can industry do together to improve IoT device security, and how important is this cooperation with the World Economic Forum for the Tech Accord?
Yeah, I think it is. It's very important. It's a good initiative. Like I was just saying, getting that actually happening on a multilateral basis, making labeling, which we talked a bit about, real, in the sense that it's not just about saying this is what it is, but where can people go to find out more, and how can they understand if there's updates and other things required. So back to that point about the floor, that if a device can be updated, the manufacturer needs to be able to make sure that they're producing those updates, you know, not just at the hardware, but also the software level as well. So, you know, lots of things that are happening we really welcome, and I think industry can carry on really, and certainly from our point of view, as one of the large IT services, one of the largest in the world, making sure that we push that message into our supply chains, into industry more broadly, that we expect and those standards to be adopted, and they manufacture in adherence to them.
I would add, you know, I think WEF is unique in the ability to bring together governments, industry, standards bodies potentially, right? So it's bringing in a lot of the players who you want to be in those conversations on really making sure that we have one set of standards. So you can at least start to shape it. That doesn't mean they're doing the standards development necessarily, but they can push the idea of the security baseline, which is I think what we've seen already. And then they can push the idea of a single standard, because that is where we need to go in the big picture. So I think there's a very important role for WEF, and we're happy they took it on.
I could say, I mean, there is also, it's not easy, it's a tough problem to bring within the industry IT services, security services, system integrators, point solution providers, security solution providers, network providers, system providers on one platform. Because this is not an isolated problem. It's an end-to-end problem that needs to get solved. And of course, there's the standardization and regulator. But all these players within the industry coming together, and that's a huge thing. Because then we're truly solving the problem end-to-end and not isolating it to a particular point.
Thank you very much. The Cybersecurity Tech Accord is going to be the 5th anniversary in 2023. and has a dedicated working group focused on IoT device security. Maybe for the audience and also for the viewers, what is your experience with the Tech Accord? How the Tech Accord is helping both you inside your organization, but also creating the right consensus around the partners on things that needs to be done, on setting priorities?
So what I would say is that, I think the Tech Accord is unusual because it is a group that is just focused on cybersecurity. And so it becomes, it looks a lot different than I would think a sort of trade group or even anything else. I think that idea where you can have a large number of cybersecurity providers of various kinds or companies that have cybersecurity services speaking with one voice is really powerful, and it really says something, I think, from a broader perspective. That's one of the reasons that we've been involved since the beginning.
I agree. I think, simply put, the Accord is a step in the right direction, and it needs to continue. The process of maturization has to happen, which is happening. I mean, the fact that we're all sitting here on a panel and we're all agreeing, I think it's also a platform that exists. We need to this is an industry that we need to collectively create a platform for digitalization on the basis of IoT. WEF, the Tech Accord, regulation, standardization, all of this need to continue to mature because this is not going to get simpler. We've talked about the volume. We've talked about the possibilities in terms of the end consumer and the network attacks that can exist. So a process of maturization needs to continue. It will. And I think we will build a very good platform for future digitalization based on those.
Yeah, I'd just add that the Tech Accord, again, as Alyssa was saying, cybersecurity focused. There's one thing about cybersecurity which I always talk about the characteristics of cyber when you measure up the risk compared to other risks that many enterprises, many of our customers face. Now, large organizations face a whole load of risks all the time. Cybersecurity is often one of those things. Some other risks have this as well. It normally gets done to you. And the velocity, it happens extremely fast. You can go from a state of okay to a state of not okay very quickly, to be simplistic about it. And the thing we particularly like about the Tech Accord is brings together like-minded, same-thinking people where we can move and do things quickly. And that is important to us. We can get that, what's happening outside in, and you can then move quickly without some of the other convoluted things that exist in other areas where you have to go through bodies and this is and that. Tech Accord is fast, like-minded. We all have a common interest at play here. One person's threat can be someone else's risk, and getting that information moving quickly through with like-minded people, we find really beneficial. So that's why we're so pro.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to give an update, last May we met here and we discussed about the increasing cybersecurity risk at the geopolitical level. Maybe can you give us an update what happened in the last 7 months? There has been obviously very complex and difficult months, but I think for the benefit of the audience, it will be good to have an update where we are.
Yeah, sure. So one of the things we talked about last year was Ukraine, and we really talked about the beginning of the conflict in many ways. And I think that what we're seeing now is, the long tail of the conflict. It's still going, and I think. I think one of the narratives that we talked about last time was the fact that there had been a narrative that there had not been significant cyber activity in Ukraine, and that had not been a significant part of the conflict. And I think at the time I rebutted it in some ways by saying that there was cyber activity. It was just it played a different way than people thought it was going to. It was much more a part of a hybrid conflict. It was not a cyber conflict, which is what I think people were expecting. They were expecting sort of big, splashy cyber attacks, and that was going to be the conflict, and that's not what we saw at all. We saw lower levels, smaller things, sort of intended to disrupt, intended to be problematic, and Ukraine was really good at figuring out how to address them with the help of a lot of companies, right? Frankly, and I think they were really thoughtful and they did a good job in figuring out how to address them. I think that type of conflict has continued, and I think that what we've seen is just really novel uses of networks, and I think that is that there's a future of cyber conflict, or future of conflict question that involves cyber that is going to look a lot different, and it's going to look a lot more like Ukraine than anything else. So just to give an example, and I can't remember if I brought this up in May or not, maybe it had just happened, so maybe I did, but you know, we've seen rerouting of networks where the idea was you want to employ information controls on, and so networks in Ukraine, as they went into occupied territory, were rerouted through Russia so that they could employ controls on essentially what was accessible. We've seen a lot of different things along those lines where cyber attack has just become part of the fabric of conflict.
I can, yeah, okay. I think I wasn't here in May, but I can say things that, there are two things we haven't talked about today. We haven't used the word metaverse yet in this conversation.
It's going to be a roundtable after.
So we might as well set the precursor for the roundtable about that. But the concept of metaverse, whether it's in the consumer domain, the enterprise domain, or the industrial domain, that concept, starting with digital twinning, is also maturing.
Yeah.
And that the underlying fabric for that is sensing and IoT.
Yeah.
And that also starts to create now new vectors and new responsibility from a cybersecurity and IoT security perspective.
Yeah.
So we need to be very aware of that. The second trend, and I wouldn't say it's the last 7 months, it's actually longer than that, but it became prevalent in the last 7 weeks, actually. The use of large language models, the LLMs. Now, those who were not bad actors there, they suddenly start to have access to malware. Somebody didn't know how to write code. They can get access to code. They can simply make a query, give me code that I can use to attack. Those start to exist now. So we need to now be careful as to how that technology also can equip bad actors to get more sophisticated. So I think, like I said, it's a process. We need to make sure we hold the end of keeping things secure very strong. And the technologies like large language models and the opportunities like metaverse will only make that responsibility greater for us.
Yeah, fully agree.
Yeah, I think, Nishan, Elisa, you make some really fantastic points. And just to pick up metaverses, I've just published a thing on, we have in DXC, 5 key trends for 23. Metaverse is one of them. I think, people are sort of thinking, well, is it just headsets and stuff? Not a bit of it. I think as we see tokenization of financial services coming in as well, the use of money in the metaverse is really going to take off, and we can see lots of interesting things happening there. And of course, that comes with that security dividend, negative dividend in the sense that there will be people who will exploit that. But let's not forget that's always balanced against the ability to open up new things, both at an enterprise and a consumer level as well. So it's always that risk equation that we have to manage, but undoubtedly new risks coming from there that we're going to have to be very mindful of. But I just want to come back to the situation around the conflict. I think what has really struck me about it has been, as Alyssa says, it hasn't really panned out perhaps as it was previously thought of, but it's that combination of partnership at often quite a low level that has been incredibly impactful. And it's an ongoing situation, ongoing defense is happening all day, every day, and those partnerships and that way in which the need to be able to react quickly through those partnerships I was talking about earlier on has really shown that is now potentially I don't want to quite use the word, but a way of working, almost a doctrine that we're going to see emerging for the future, which is obviously very different from traditional military conflict type of thinking. I think it's been incredibly enlightening, very successful, but we're going to have to really learn from that, embrace it, and recognize the fact that a lot of what has happened because people have come together quickly, because they've known people in networks to be able to defeat some of the risks that have been out there and turn that into the ability for that hybrid type of environment to continue without the potentially the sensationalist type of things that were headlined a few months ago. So it's been a lot more successful, I think, than many of us thought, and a very new way of doing things, which we need to reinforce, I think.
And I think it has also reinforced the mission statement of the Tech Accord itself, right? Of cooperation towards a joint objective, which in this particular case is very clear, the objective. Yeah. So we have 50 minutes. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience that you would like to, yeah, please. Maybe if you don't mind to introduce yourself.
Yeah, of course. I'm Alonso. I'm Alonso, I'm from Cloudflare. We started the conversation talking about regulations, about standards. Those things take time. For the people who are listening via video and here in the room, what are some things that they can do, tomorrow when they talk to their organizations, their CIOs, their CTOs, to protect their organizations and IoT in particular? And what could consumers do tomorrow to go protect themselves?
You want to take that?
Yeah, so if it's a CIO that's being spoken to or whatever, so number one, I think I said earlier on, conduct a risk assessment in terms of the type of IoT devices, what characteristics do they have, what can actually be done on those devices. That will then immediately take you down a route of the types of controls that you need to have in place. At the most basic level, make sure that those basic floor controls are in place around access, authentication, passwords, things like that. If there is some processing power and human interface available, then there is necessarily a need in an organization to create some form of a control point. If there is central control available, so then the updates and the like can be pushed to it. Create network compartmentalization that can then allow those devices to run in a way in which that can be controlled, and then monitor the traffic in those networks to then be able to then take that into the threat intel and the monitoring that organization has to then be able to then respond if they see something odd happening in the environment. So through compartmentalization and control, at a very generic way, that's what I would be advising. Of course, it's got to be very specific to the types of devices and how they're deployed. As far as the consumer side is concerned, I think we said those floor controls, consumers are becoming more aware of it, but making sure that they are in place through the standards that are beginning to take hold. I think, so those are the two sides. But from an enterprise point of view, risk assess it, create the inventory, create the controls, use the products like, for example, Alyssa's talked about that Cloudflare has, to limit the access. I always say, go down to that zero trust approach, keep the trust as absolutely as locked down as possible, trust as little as possible. That will then hopefully really protect the organization in the first place. It's where you have wide open access that the problems really start.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Thank you. My name is Sandra. I'm a behavior scientist. And one thing I can tell you about users is that they generally don't update their password or any kind of security thing until you really, really push them. So my question is, can the industry create an environment in which you essentially nudge a typical user who is not be doing all the updates that we should? They're not going to read on that, even if they have to, but they usually don't. So can you nudge the user by the technology so that they actually don't make typical mistakes in which they would expose themselves to any kind of risk? And then maybe a follow-up question, if you could make it a standard so that it's even like a smart standard, so it's kind of self-updates, because the technology is developing faster than a typical user can follow up on that. So, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Do you want to? I think we'll both have one.
The answer is yes and yes.
So I think on the nudge piece, I think the thing that's the most important is actually thinking about how you do everything you can by default. I think this gets back to that base piece. So you don't want the user to have to do anything. So you don't even want the nudge. You want as much built in from an automated standpoint as possible. That's automated updates. That's all of those things that can happen without a user having to do things for exactly the reason that you just mentioned. On the nudge side, though, I think there are amazing things these days. I mean, even from a work perspective, just updating software at work, we have software that is literally a nudge. It's a reminder that you have an obligation to update your software, and it comes and pops up, and there's an obligation. I think there's similar things that can be done on the device side, but I do think when you start getting into the consumer space, people ignore them. I mean, everyone in this room has actually gone through and just ignored nudges before. So really starting to think about security by default, imposing that from the baseline, and then doing automated updates if you're doing updates, thinking about systems that you can create that look like, that will do things for the consumer. Those are all the areas that we should be going to. One other just quick point, I think even from a consumer standpoint, I think people don't realize how easy it is to actually see what's connected on your network. There are ways of doing that. It's not actually that hard even for consumers. What we haven't done is do a good job educating, making people think about it. And I think there's more work that can be done there.
I can only agree. I think the first line of defense is not to depend on the consumer or the user to be savvy, because that's a point of failure in itself. Then, of course, in certain critical devices cases, you can actually not just nudge, you can mandate a secondary reset. And it can be periodic, or it can be based on some other point of inflection that the user has to reset their password. It happens today, and we can absolutely. The question of standardizing those is more based on the use, and it's more based on the application rather than a generic horizontal standard as much. On the enterprise side, where, of course, if we keep the starting point as zero trust, now we know that there is certain vulnerable user out there, and there's a policy of password update, but that gets ignored. There is also a possibility for that CIO to use access control mechanisms and downgrade that user. Say, you don't have the same access because you're now creating a problem for the entire network. So there is a possibility of downgrading the access control as well. So those mechanisms do exist.
Thank you very much. Any further question? Yes, gentleman there, please.
I actually have a somewhat, I'm from Nokia as well. I have a follow-up question to hers, and that borderlines the point where security and privacy meets probably, and the point raised was, we need minimum nudge to the user. Case in point, as we are here, I get an email which says, which cloud security vendor is right for you? Probably by one of your competitor. So, which is the point where less nudge to users from a security point of view is not sort of breaching privacy rights of users? What's your thought?
So question being, by nudging users, that's a privacy issue, is what you're saying. Well, I think, I don't see it as a necessarily privacy issue, but I mean, so the broader question around privacy security is a good one. Just because something's secure doesn't mean that it's necessarily you're respecting the privacy obligations that exist through many regulations that we know about. So that's something that I often say to organizations when talking to them. Yeah, the privacy risk is there are controls within the security environment that help with the privacy risk, but it's not the whole thing. I think the question that you're saying about is nudging users to be able to move software along or doing that something which is potentially a privacy issue. I don't necessarily see it that way. We all sign up to the end user agreements. When it comes to software agreements, I can't say I'm the person who's read all of them. I don't know if anyone has in this room, but I'm sure there's something in there about that the organization has the ability to be able to do that. But I want to come back, though, to the broader point, which is Nishant talked about, what we talk about in the industry, very specifically around conditional access now as being one of those things. And Alyssa as well talked about the fact that there's so much that we can do now without having to do that nudging, with it just happening. So actually, the real solution to that thing, the problem that you outlined, that privacy security piece is, don't actually have the privacy piece in there. Just make sure that happens automatically in any case. Then you don't have to even go to the user in the first place and involve them, as long as you're making it clear from the outset that actually that is something that, as a software vendor, you are going to do, and that the user agrees that you can do, because obviously that is important, that agreement is there in the first place. But that's the much better way, as opposed to actually even having to interact with the user in the first place to get those updates done, which creates that standard flaw, as we've talked a bit about over the last few minutes.
No, I agree with all that. I think the other thing that I would say, I think one of the things that we're seeing right now, there is a question. There is a question even from a cloud vendor, right? Where do you start? So do you have to turn the things on, or do you have to turn them off? And you may want to be able to configure, and it's certainly reasonable to be able to configure the way you want to. But if you can start from a place where the security controls are on and you have to turn them off, that is generally a better place for most users, right? So you don't want an open bucket, right? Not that I'm. I think it's really important to think about those as the defaults in the controls, and just think about the role that defaults play, frankly, for exactly that reason.
So, Alyssa, Nishant, Mark, thank you very much again for educating us and updating us on very important subjects. I think, again, as I say, TechAcore is a great ecosystem where we can learn a lot and where we can also act a lot. And I look forward to continue seeing you in future editions. Maybe as we're moving now to the Metaverse roundtable, just maybe if you can just join me to give a great wrap to the team. Well done. Thank you very much for all your help.
really good. Thanks.
Thank you very much. digest so many different things. But this panel is something that I think is going to be the highlight of the day, as we are covering a very important subject, which is the metaverse. So this panel is going to be co-host with my partner and business partner and also book partner, David Ferguson. And we would like just to invite the speakers, if you can join us here, and we will start. This room is going to get very busy in 40 minutes, as we will have open bar. So get good places before that get very, very busy.
I have you at the end.
No, I'm not a speaker.
Well, welcome everybody. It's only Wednesday, but it feels like Friday, and I know this day, like the two before it, have been busy for everyone. I think the title for tonight's session is particularly appropriate, and as I'm sure many of you recognize, I should hold the microphone closer. I'm sure many of you recognize the reference to CERN, the home of the World Wide Web, in the theme of tonight's session, Geneva 3.0. Geneva is also home to many of the world's leading humanitarian initiatives, and I think it's only fitting that one of the leading technology companies there, WISeKey, born in Geneva, has the security, equality, and advancement of humanity at its core. And it's the vision of WISeKey founder Carlos Moreira that Geneva play a pivotal role in the establishment of a trusted global protocol for the humanity-technology relationship in Web 3.0. And this event represents the formal introduction of that mission to the public. And as a Davos pioneer, I can't think of a better place for Carlos to introduce this initiative. Carlos, would you like to say a couple of words about that?
Thank you very much, David, and thank you for the panelists and the panel and for the audience. So as David mentioned, the subject of this year in the World Economic Forum is to build partnerships. And as you maybe witnessed in the previous roundtable with the Tech Accord, it is essential that partnership happens. And when we say partnership, it cannot only be driven by revenue or business. It's actually solving the complex projects and the complex things that the society is facing. We are in a complex world that is getting more complex on daily basis. So one of the meeting points of that complexity is the metaverse. In all the meetings we had this week and continue having, there is, even on the meeting we just had on the roundtable before, there is a consensus that the metaverse could become the glue that brings all these technologies in a real environment, an environment where we can see results. And in that line of thought, we obviously position Geneva, because Geneva is not only the home of WISeKey. We started in Geneva. I also worked in the United Nations in Geneva for many years. But it's also the place where the World Wide Web was invented, which is Web 1.0. And now everybody's talking about Web 3.0. And obviously, Geneva has an important role in that evolution of the web, as Web 2.0 created some complexities in what concerns privacy, the way some companies have been using our data, the way our identities have become out of our control. So there is a remedy that the metaverse, the Web 3.0 could facilitate. And this is going to be the subject of today, and I give you back to you to the moderate, because I think if we can come in with some kind of concrete architecture on this Web 3.0 with a neutral trust model, which is the one that Switzerland has been advocating, we will have already a very important milestone achieved. I pass you.
Thank you, Carlos. And I think, as you all know, trust was at the root of an initiative that was born here. It was conceived here following a conversation between Carlos and I and Tim Berners-Lee in 2018. And we were very proud, after workshopping the concept further here at Davos, to be able to introduce the Transhuman Code in 2020. The world changed, of course, rather dramatically following that introduction, but interestingly, that relationship between humanity and technology has stayed at the forefront. And it's formed many of the dialogues that we've been having over the last couple of days. And I know our panel members that are assembled here tonight will be pleased to share their insight and perspective on where we are and where we're going as we move into 3.0. The distributed to you when you came in this evening was a copy of our progress report. It's a glimpse into what's to come later this spring as we revisit each of the 12 elements of our life ecosystem and how humanity and technology are advancing and how trust can be best established and how the human can be best served. We'd like to invite all of you to contribute to this next chapter in the Transhuman Code, and so we invite you, perhaps WISeKey people that are here in the room, if you can raise your hands. If you're interested to contribute to the next generation of the Transhuman Code, the Progress Report, please reach out to any of the WISeKey staff that are here tonight, and it would be our pleasure to engage with you. But now let me introduce you to our esteemed panelists. Each of these individuals has been a participant and a contributor in Web 1.0 and 2.0, and so we think it's only fitting that they share those experiences and also give us a glimpse into what they're working on and what their outlook is for Web 3.0. Our first speaker this evening, Pierre Maudet. Pierre is the Chief Digital Transformation Officer at WISeKey, and I'll ask you a little later to share your background leading into this role, of course, and where you're going next. Daniel Karemi, many of you would recognize as the former head of technology for the World Economic Forum. Daniel is here as the co-founder of the Edgewoods Institute, actively advising, and I know you'll share more detail with us, organizations, corporations, and governments around the world today on Web 3.0. Mauricio Benavides from Metabase is here tonight from Mexico, a pioneer in cybersecurity and now actively focused on where and how we're going to engage and protect ourselves in the metaverse. Hossein Ranama, I'm sure many of you would recognize from his work here at the WEF in the past, the CEO of Flybits, a pioneer in fintech, as well as an active guide and educator both with MIT and Toronto Metropolitan University. And last but not least, Murat Sinita-Pozov, the chairman of the Integral Group, a Davos veteran, and of course a Geneva veteran who's been witness to that convergence and the need to ensure that, that humanity, capitalism, and technology are all aligned. Pierre, let's start with you.
Pleasure. Thanks, David. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your words, David. It's a great pleasure for me to answer to your question. The question is, what is the next issue with Web 3.0, especially in Geneva? As Carlos mentioned, the title of the WEF this year is Cooperation in a Fragmented World. And I think that's the issue. I heard in many conferences today and yesterday, is to put together a lot of data and a lot of systems, and to put that together with standards, with rules. And I think that Geneva, as a former mayor of Geneva especially, Geneva could be the place with the history, with the CERN, with the invention of the web, where humanity meets technology. The place where we can put together these two issues, where we can answer to the question not only where, but who. Who, that means in the Web 3.0, not only the GAFAM, but also the citizens, the human people who are involved in the human rights, with the environmental issues. All these questions are discussed in Geneva, and I think this issue could be discussed in this seat. That is my point to start the discussion.
I am not from Geneva, but I couldn't agree more with Pierre, what just said. And if you think about it, why is such a unique place? Ever since John Calvin picked that place to redefine the protocols of human interaction, and way back before technology was even the thing, he put it on the church door right there in Geneva, which was later facilitated by the printing press and so on. So Geneva has a tradition of challenging the assumptions, making things happen, but in a way that is also quite unique manifestation at an international level of what the unique Swiss style of governance is, which is consensus building, changing of the, even the presidency changes. So it's like it's the same way of governance, but at international level on steroids. Now, everybody forgets that, yes, internet was born in California, but the web was born in Geneva. And although the title is Web 3.3, I actually truly believe that right now we're still at Internet 3.0. We are not yet at Web 3.0, because what we're seeing emergence of tech, we're seeing emergence of applications. And truly, it's when the pages will start talking to each other, interoperability, trust, that's when Web 3.0 will be born. Right now, we're still in Californian stage, but we're moving very quickly, hopefully on the Swiss air, to Geneva. Thank you.
Take us even further south of the border, Mauricio.
Yeah, no, thank you for the invitation, and I couldn't echo more than this. I think one of the things that we experience is there's no boundaries in this type of things. There's no frontiers. Once you start going into the web and you start going into places like that, there's no boundaries anywhere. So I think the way we look at it is we always see what's going on in Geneva to see how regulation is impacting, because then after you put the regulation in place, you need to make sure that you execute it, no? Because you could have everything as to how it should be done, but one of the most important things is how it's being applied in the world. And when we look at it from a cybersecurity perspective, it's very interesting because we keep seeing and hearing that the attacks continue to go, they keep growing, they keep understanding that we keep getting more connected to the internet. And obviously from our perspective, we need to make sure that that world is also super connected. So that's why we believe that being here in Geneva, understanding where those policies, where Web 3.0 is going, et cetera, makes a huge importance with the different regions, areas around the world. And again, since there's no boundaries when you're there, there's no frontiers, there's nothing, we need to make sure that that execution is taking place properly and people are well informed. So,
thank you, Mauricio.
One of our key interest areas, especially at Flybits, is to really understand how this new internet, a lot of us call it Web 3.0, the internet of value, the new internet, can look like. And one aspect that we are very interested in is that whether the channel is going to be metaverse or immersive experiences, we think that it's a perfect fabric to bring a lot of industries together to collaborate. Up until now, even if you look at the enterprise internet, it's pretty verticalized. Oh, I need a CRM in the finance industry, or I need it for healthcare, or I need it for insurance. One of the key areas that we are seeing, especially because of the physics of data, is that all of them are converging. And Metaverse has a fantastic power to bring them together. So one of the key initiatives that we have called the Open Dome, that you will see a demo of that today, is to bring financial institutions, healthcare organizations, insurance companies, travel companies all together. And based on the permission and consent of the data will be rendered in such immersive experiences based on the need of the user. So if you think about Web 1.0, which was all about content, first you had to code your HTML pages, then you had web authoring tools. And now we are building the same set of tools for any organization to be able to build these data-driven predictive services in immersive environments, while the data is not co-located. Because we are all interested in how great Metaverse looks like, but we are not really talking about, well, how do we render such great information? Do we still expect everyone to co-locate their data into one centralized data lake? I really don't think that's going to happen. So a lot of the protocols that we are working on is that how do we allow different organizations to ask questions from each other's data, and based on the permission of the user, create these next generation experiences for their end users. And we will share a video with you later today so that you can get some ideas on how it can look like.
Thank you, Hossein.
Several comments from my side. I'm in the business, real commodity trading, physical commodity trading. And why it's important for us, Web 3.0, and then I will come also to Geneva and Geneva role in it. Several years ago, we started the new project, which we called Electronic Trader, which could allow computer or artificial intelligence to trade physical commodities. But in order to do this, we needed to collect various fragmented data from various sources on the price, on the logistics, on the conditions, and so on and so on. And after a couple of years of exercise, we didn't manage. We understood that data is so fragmented, and for that, our system cannot understand all of these formats, all of this data. And here I think Web 3.0, there's a good opportunity with the semantic web where all this data could be somehow translated into the common format. And now about Geneva. We have several problems now, and one of the problems is that looks like today the tendency is that internet or web could be splitted or separated by several blocks because of the regulations. Let's say American block, European Union block, Chinese block, Russian block, and we can continue. Even some countries went further. They created some kind of internal internet called intranet. Daniel knows the story. No, several countries did this. And at the end, there is no mechanism how to introduce the regulations into the internet on the global level. And here Geneva, with the vast experience with United Nations technology agencies, with good professional companies like WISeKey and a lot of others, really could play a role to bring the standards and regulations. And the one small comment, little bit negative on the metaverse. I think for metaverse, although I hate to talk about regulations, especially in the digital side, but there is a big probability that some part of our population will migrate from our difficult, problematic reality with the never-ending crises into the beautiful virtual world of metaverse. And we need to deal with this, and we need also to regulate. Thank you.
Thank you, Murat. Pierre, I think you would agree that Geneva has permission. Daniel has very eloquently shared the history of Geneva, how you've come to be where you are today. What does that process look like, do you think, to talk to Murat's point of how and could the world allow Geneva to really set the standards for Web 3.0?
Very good question. I definitely agree with this consensual position, but the right question is how. How to go in this direction. That's that's right, that the term convergence, the merge between the data are very central. But also I have to give another argument, maybe a little bit paradoxal, but a typical Swiss argument. We are focused on a decentralized system, and that is very important also in the direction of a Web 3.0 oriented on the citizens. I mean, the solution of a big centralization is not a solution, and that is in the Swiss DNA to understand that. And maybe to answer to your question, the right way to go in this direction is to focus on the basis on the human rights, on the rights. You spoke about the fact that the people have to agree with the data transfer, with the data ownership. And I think we have to discuss first in Geneva, in this human rights city, about the rights in the Web 3.0, the rights of the citizen. That is maybe the start point to develop the question to how go in this direction.
Thank you. Daniel, Web 2.0 was in its raw infancy, I think, when you accepted the challenge from the World Economic Forum to bring technology into the dialogue. I know that's the origin of your relationship with Carlos. Since that, we've seen the emergence of, the explosion of, in some cases, the implosion of the platforms that have wreaked havoc in the minds of those that want to ensure that the human is at the center of gravity with technology. What does it look like today for you?
Well, and you actually hitting the question right there where I wanted to go, so thank you for pitching it without us coordinating, just to be clear. But I think that's where Geneva is also extremely well positioned, because Geneva always takes a very interesting approach, which is forward and optimistic looking, with the full awareness of all the risks that come along with it. Do you know that the genre of artificial intelligence taking over the world was actually born in Geneva? So Frankenstein as an idea was conceived in a beautiful mansion just outside of Cologne, and we all know where that went, and that is just explosion of the genre, right? It was the first artificial intelligence, if you will. But the beauty of it, of course, in all seriousness, is that Geneva has a long tradition of making sure that something that is difficult and what is thought under as a purview of states or other actors that are powerful in the international stage, taking it away, making sure that the systems talk to each other and are human-centric. Let me give you an example. The very first internationalization period is not the United Nations, it's the universal one, but the first one was International Postal Union, which is still headquartered in Bern. And it was all about interconnection of system. You had a postal system in your country that needed to connect with the postal system in the other country. Interconnection at its best. The other thing, when the genius of in Geneva said, look, the wars will always be there. The powers will fight. But how can we make it human-centric and create the whole field of humanitarian law? That's also Geneva right there for you. So, you know, I know that you were hoping for a future-focused panel, but in order for us to go into the future, we have to understand the past.
Indeed. Mauricio, I know you're spending time across the globe. You're headquartered in Mexico, but of course the applications of your work are felt from corner to corner. What observations can you make? Perhaps you have an opinion on Geneva and its future role. I'm also interested to know, are you seeing significant variances in terms of how the human will remain significant, relevant in technological advancement from market to market?
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time on the technology aspect in San Francisco, so that also brings a really interesting component, no? I mean, today we're talking about the guy that started building flying cars, no? There's a bunch of companies where you start integrating chips into people, no? Very, very interesting aspects. So I think what I've seen in the last couple of days here in Davos is a lot of conversations, a lot of people with different ideas. I think the terms are still to be defined because you have different positions. And I think that's why being here makes it super interesting, because it's about dialogue, it's about collaboration, and it's about understanding on what makes sense as the world moves into something like that. No? So it's interesting because depending on what type of panels you go into or who do you talk to and what industries they're in, they have a completely different view or a different view of exactly what they're thinking that the future is going to look like. But I think these type of conversations in the short term are needed, so that way, as a collaboration entity in Geneva, because the experience and the long term, you know, at the end of the day, there's like a common point, because at the end of the day, to make it scalable, it has to be common. No? And I love what Jose is saying is, you know, a lot of things get combined, and for that to happen, you know, there has to be some common grounds at some point to make sure that everybody's moving towards the same direction. Because if not, I mean, you start bringing the virtual reality aspect, and you start bringing all different terms, and whether it's the industry, not the industry, how do you bring all those pieces together? So I think that dialogue is happening now. It's super interesting, and I think there's a central point, which is Geneva, to make sure that those conversations happen and it gets more aligned, no?
Hussein, I think you would agree that there's more conversation during these last couple of days about that relationship between humanity and technology, particularly as it pertains to AI and how we're going to use the metaverse in particular. I think in addition to your commercial business focus, I referenced your work at MIT and what was Ryerson, now Toronto Metropolitan University. What I didn't share, however, is that Hussein is the co-founder of what is consistently ranked for, I don't know, 16, 18 years to date, the #1 business accelerator and incubator in the world. And I know that when you come here, not only do you come to share wisdom, but you also come to glean wisdom and bring that back to students and those that you're encouraging to innovate. So I'm curious to hear just some of your key takeaways from the last couple of days.
Thanks, Dave. I think one thing that is at least interesting for our group is that symbiosis between the real world, us, and the new internet. If you look at a lot of the new metaverse activities, it tries to completely lock down in a virtual world, which has nothing to do with what we experience in the real world. The interesting thing is, and the set of protocols and the algorithmics that are needed is, how do we bring these two together? Examples that some of our students are working on. If you expect your children and kids to spend a lot of time on worlds like Worlds of Warcraft and Roadblocks, well, tie it back to their Fitbit. If they are not exercising or not moving, right, deactivate things, right? Think about a bank in a metaverse, right? Go to a retail store, not necessarily do online shopping, but what you buy in that real store. And when you develop relationships, those signals will find their way into the virtual world, really creating that nice fabric of symbiosis between the real world and the virtual world. The other thing that you mentioned is also very important, which is the other way around. When I work with our students, the mindset of a graduate student in a research lab or a Web3 class is, okay, professor, give me the data and I'll do my project, or I will write my thesis. Unfortunately, that mindset does not work in the real world. How many entrepreneurs and founders we see that they're like, I have this amazing AI capability, but no one gives me the data. Well, of course, no one should give you the data, because we need now portability protocols that without moving the data, we now gain the ability to ask questions from the data. This is where zero knowledge proofs comes into action, homomorphic encryption, ability to agree on policies rather than data moving. And I think by creating literacy around that, we now have a next generation of entrepreneurs and researchers that are building the right set of tools for the future of the internet, worrying less about the complexity of IT and algorithms, but more about the creative outcomes, what we now call creative AI, that really allows us to address key pain points that we are facing in this fragmented world.
You're right, I can't think of a better way to segue into this ongoing discussion that I know Hussein wants to have with you about the metaverse than perhaps to show a video of what you're doing with Flybits. Can we cue that?
So the video that you're about to see is an initiative that my team built at Flybits called the Open Dome. We don't call it a metaverse or anything to do with meta. It's a dome that can render open and public data. So we are now working with large financial institutions, large telecom carriers, large insurance providers, and really allowing users to render their information in a decision space. And then we use AI without centralizing the data to really tell the users, well, what is the relationship between your assets versus when you want to retire versus how you can pay your mortgage faster. And I allow you to use the metaverse to plan your life better. I'm not sure if it's playing.
Are we ready to go, Michael?
Yeah.
Do we have sound?
No. Yep. Yep. So these are examples, again, based on a few fundamentals. The new metaverse cannot have data centralized in silos. The new metaverse should understand different data contracts. Some of this data belongs not to the company, but to users. Some of this data is public. Some of this data is proprietary. Let's build tools that we take care of that complexity, and through creating transparency, auditability, we can now allow people to build these experiences. The second thing that is important in Open Dome is we actually don't believe the hardware is ready for mainstream metaverse adoption. So we are now building omni-channel capabilities that you can render the same metaverse on your phone, on a web browser, and if you want to wear a headset, you can do that. We are working with banks now. We are doing LiDAR scanning of real branches, that if you want to meet with your real financial advisor, you go there, you see all your portfolio, but you can have a Zoom conversation with a real person in the metaverse. So bringing these two worlds are very, very important to us. Then we are applying AI on this fabric. Like if you bring your data from your airline, your grocery store, your telecom carrier, do we understand the context and the ontologies of that data allowing you to personalize your metaverse for what's relevant to you. There's a view about the metaverse that, oh, who's going to win that race? Well, maybe there is a view on that. I actually think every single user should have the ability and authority to create their own personalized metaverse, collecting and aggregating and synthesizing their data, and then bring AI capabilities to understand the relevance of that. If you know about my insurance policy, if you know about my spending habits, if you even have access to some clinical data, which is very sensitive, but I can have it encrypted on my local chipset, through tokens, I can truly understand the relationships and help you to come to this personalized metaverse and interact with it without worrying about making it too collaborative and too social. Last thing I say is, this by no means what other entities are doing, like Meta and others, are wrong. That's a different type of a metaverse to look at, which is more about collaboration and learning and marketing. This is a different view that I had, and I wanted to share it with our friends here.
So I think rather than setting you up for a debate, Murad, I thought you should hear a perspective on the metaverse that's real, because you have multiple banks around the world now engaging with you, and it's all focused on not only the establishment of your content and your resources, but your ability to be able to pack them and travel with them to wherever you think you should go.
Yes.
That's exactly the response we were hoping for. No, we're at such an early inflection point at this time. And what's encouraging, and Carlos, I know you'd like to speak more to this evening, is that trust is at the center of it, and the desire to ensure that it's human first. And that wasn't the conversation that was happening across the WEF 3 years ago.
No, metaverse is the future, definitely, and that's why I think Facebook was renamed to Meta at certain stage. They understood this, and we should be ready for that future. And to be ready for something unknown, we should try to predict what could happen, to check the possible outcomes, possible problems, and we need to deal with these problems. And again, back to the regulations, and I think metaverse is exactly the application for the proper regulations. Because it could be very dangerous, it could be very useful, it could be very nice, it could be very bad. It depends how you will structure this. And here again, back to Geneva, I think Geneva could play a really important role in that. Because I don't see any other place in the world which could be neutral, having great reputation, having great capabilities. Like in Geneva, we have all possible communities, starting from the traders communities, finance communities, insurance communities. Then we are going to the international organization communities, United Nations, and even World Economic Forum is in Geneva at the end. And we have cybersecurity community. We have now metaverse community, and everything is available. Just we need also to stimulate all these guys to talk between each other and come with the proper solutions, with the proposals. And then, because of the reputation on the international reputation of Geneva, I think it will be doable to establish or position Geneva like as one or possibly the main important center for the internet regulation for the world. And I think this is the real task, and I think Geneva should really work on this together with the Swiss government and the Swiss government institutions. And with all of us together, and starting from WISeKey, from Carlos with his great ideas. Thank you.
Well, this panel, I think, is very thoughtfully is curated by Carlos, bookended by a corporate leader based in Geneva, a former and continually aspiring government leader here in Pierre. Pierre, would you like to respond?
Yes, maybe another argument that appears very clearly to me after the little film. I think a challenge in the Web 3.0 is the convergence between the private sector and the public sector. And definitely the ability to work together, but also to increase, for example, the standards. I give you two examples. ISO, which is a private company, but very important for the world, and ITU, with a new boss since the beginning of January, have to work together to ensure the development of the web, and that could only happen in Geneva. The fact that private and public sector have to work together, but we have to wake up. Honestly, I think neutrality is very important, but we have to stay neutral, maybe at first, and it's maybe a message to the Swiss government to give the condition to have trust, merge between private and public, and good standard focused on the human rights. I think we have all the ingredients to make something very, very interesting, but we have to do it.
I think
we will try to do it with WISeKey.
Thank you. Perfect closing remarks as we come up on time. Daniel, what would you like to leave us with?
Well, I think it's, if you hear Web 3.0, what do you think about it? It's evolution, right? It's evolution from Web 0.0 and when it comes to metaverse, we're still all reptiles, because if you think about it, what do people do in Roblox? Change skins, right? So as evolution progresses, soon we will be mammals, and then they will become truly human-centered metaverse beings.
No, I think it's a very interesting topic that we should be putting a lot of attention to, because I think long term, on a human perspective, is going to have a big impact. No, however we started today is going to have how the world is going to be acting, performing, executing in many, many years after. No, so I think it's critical to make sure that all this is planned, done properly, and that we're paying attention to make sure that, you know, over the years we're doing the right things to make the world better. No.
Yeah, I think on my side, I'm less worried about the technological aspect of it, but more focused on the ethical aspect of it, and especially on the literacy side of things. That how do we really have a new generation that are well trained on what data means, what is privacy, how do I share my data, how do I benefit from these amazing digital channels? And my interest is to do that very early on, like start having children's books on privacy and data sharing rather than waiting until they are teenagers. And I think if we can really help with those literacy programs from K-12 while technology is being implemented and adopted, that convergence between our human capital and technological capital will really allow us to build a great ecosystem.
Thank you, Hussein.
Just 3 words: cooperation, cooperation, and cooperation. And thank you, Carlos, for initiating these discussions.
Carlos?
And even he did the almost impossible thing. Daniel was planned to mention this, I will mention. Yeah, he brought 2 speakers from Turkmenistan to the same panel in Davos.
That may be a first.
Yeah, and from our side, hope we will do something together also during the Caspian Week next January here in Davos. We'll plan something good. Yes, thank you.
So yeah, so I say, but back to your point, Facebook is meta and Geneva is the verse, right? The metaverse being a virtual space requires gates. You have to bring the physical world to the virtual world. And those gates are being constructed around the world. So you have Singapore. I was in Seychelles with the Prime Minister, where WISeKey has done a project for the first island on the metaverse. WISeKey have delivered that project. And I can see the international trend where cities are becoming more and more focused in becoming a gate. Why a gate? It's like in a highway, you need a gate to access to the main road. And those gates needs to be authenticated gates, needs to be gates where you're gonna have, as Pierre say, standardization, where interoperability is gonna be required by international organizations. And they are still very much in the analog world. I mean, if you visit all these organizations in Geneva and you have one-to-one discussions with them, you immediately realize that they are still thinking as an analog organization. They do standards, but those standards are done in an analog way. They don't necessarily understand the final destination of those standards. So I think the molecularization of that process, meaning studying where are the best practices around the world and extract, rather than calling ITU or WIPO or WHO, call best practices. What do you have in your organization that molecularize can be integrated in a bigger body, which is the metaverse that we are building. And it has to be driven by many sectors. Today here, and that has been my focus, is to give a glance of where a small company like WISeKey is doing in the space sector in the NFT sector with WISeArt, in the metaverse sector, in the cybersecurity sector with the Tech Accord Roundtable, which is actually one of the leading think tanks now in cybersecurity, used by the World Economic Forum to trial new cybersecurity models. So this cooperation is starting to happen, and we are very happy that this room here, I was congratulating the director of this hotel because I mentioned to him the first time I came here, I was a startup. And actually now I am on the NASDAQ, so that progression happened in that room every year. We have become year after year while Pierre was minister. And we have been briefing the community about the advances of technology. And in many areas, we have been thought leaders. So now the thought leadership process is cooperation. And I fully endorse the vision of partnership of the World Economic Forum. We are here to help. We are here to bring our piece of experience in our side, and bring this network of people like Murat. I mean, Murat is trying to do something that has never been done before, which is creating an ecosystem in the Caspian region. This is a complex region of the world that requires a lot of effort, and he has done an amazing work by becoming a thought leader here in Davos on his Caspian Week. So this is the invitation to everybody in this panel, in this room, and following us online, is that let's build a collaboration model which will not be based on revenue or making money. It should be based on creating really a better state of the world, because we are in that inflation point that if we don't find solutions now, including sustainability solutions, we're going to be in danger. So I'd just like to thank you for your moderation, thanks the panel, and thank everybody. Again, that has been a heavy day. We started at 3, and there has been so many great ideas, and we love to continue doing the same thing next year and make it bigger and bigger. Thank you for your moderation too.
I'm not sure that ever worked.
It worked, but you have it.